Agnes Mary Clerke by Margaret Lindsay Huggins. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Agnes Mary Clerke was born on February 10th, 1842, at Skibbereen, a small country town in a remote part of the County Cork. Her father was John William Kirk, and her mother was a sister of the late Lord Justice Deasy. Constitutionally delicate, Agnes Clerke from her earliest years, as so often is to be noticed in cases of frail health, found her chief delight in literary study and in music. From quiet talks often enjoyed with her in her later life, it was clear that her thoughtfulness and her liking for probing difficult problems must have developed early. In 1861 the Clerke family moved to Dublin, and in 1863 to Queenstown. The winters of 1867 and of 1868 were spent at Rome, that of 1871 at Naples, and the next 5 winters at Florence, the summers of 1874 to 76 being passed at the Bagna di Lucca. The sisters, Agnes and Ellen, both profited from this sojourn in Italy, as their subsequent writings show. But Agnes at Florence worked especially hard, reading constantly in the public library there, and always, I believe, with one great object before her. It is a question of much interest to examine into the early leanings and aspirations of those who distinguished themselves later, and Agnes Clerke early determined her life work. Before leaving Skibbereen at about the age of 15, she had clearly before her the intention of writing a history of astronomy, and it is thought had actually written a few chapters. Her first article in the Edinburgh Review is in harmony with the above facts. Agnes Clerke's literary life may be said to have begun in 1877 with the acceptance of her article Copernicus in Italy by Henry Reeve, then editor of the Edinburgh Review, who recognised the value of his new contributor and kept her at work. The number of her contributions to the Edinburgh is 55, and they are all of the highest order. Agnes Clerke with her family returned to England in 1877 and settled in London. With the publication of the History of Astronomy in 1885 may be said to have begun her astronomical life. She read systematically, and cultivated personal relations with a wide circle of astronomical workers, in person or by correspondence. I consider that these relations had much to do with the success of her work. Her sympathies were so keen, her interest so warm, her longing for further truth so intense, that everyone liked to offer her all he could. In 1890 appeared her second book, The System of the Stars. The progress of science and the growth of its literature during the last quarter of a century have been so enormous that a new order of worker is imperatively called for, and Agnes Clerke was an admirable example of such a worker, devoting her life to astronomy, which is at once the oldest and, in its new developments, the youngest of the sciences, the science which Poincaré has lately so eloquently declared to have given the conception of law to all others. The mission of these special workers is to collect, collate, correlate, and digest the mass of observations and papers, to chronicle, in short, on one hand, and, on the other, to discuss and suggest, and to expound, that is, to prepare material for experts, to inform and interest the general public. There is an urgent need of a better educated public opinion in this country. That such a mission may be a splendid and fruitful one has been shown by Agnes Clerke. What careful preparation it requires, and how much it demands of those who would enter upon it, her career also shows. The immense increase in astronomical literature is hardly realised except by those engaged in dealing with it. To give but one instance, the annual index of astronomical literature for 1905, published under the auspices of the Astronomiegesellschaft, contains over 2,000 references collated from 300 separate publications. The strain of such work as I am indicating is great indeed, involving as it should the power of holding loose in the mind, so to speak, an immense mass of facts, and also a power of rapidly associating or dissociating them as work and discovery may suggest. In one of her latest works, Modern Cosmogonies, Agnes Clerke herself dwelt upon this strain. Year by year, she says, page 160, details accumulate, and the strain of keeping them under mental command becomes heavier. Pathetic words, written almost in blood, for not long before had been published her last large work, Problems in Astrophysics, a work she feared she could not live to complete, a work which she was able to toil at for only half an hour at a time. All through her life Agnes Clerke was a student. Lectures and Friday evening discourses at the Royal Institution, which bore upon her work, she was careful to attend. A 3 months' visit to Sir David and Lady Gill at the Cape in 1888 gave her some observatory opportunities, which increased her power of clearly realizing the records of observatory and laboratory work. She was awarded by the Royal Institution in 1892 the Actonian Prize of 100 guineas for her works on astronomy, and in 1903 she received the distinction of being elected an honorary member of the Royal Astronomical Society, an honour and title held previously only by Mrs. Somerville, Caroline Herschel, and Anne Sheepshanks. A frequent attendant at the meetings of both the Royal Astronomical Society and the British Astronomical Association, she was always an interested one. Occasionally she spoke, but she had no liking for speaking in public, nor indeed was she well suited for it. A complete list of Agnes Clerke's papers it would be difficult to compile. They were in truth innumerable. Her articles on astronomers for the Dictionary of National Biography, articles for the Encyclopaedia Britannica and for other encyclopedias, were many, and all of them were models of painstaking inquiry and of clear, concise statement. The more important of these are of lasting interest and value. Her larger works are History of Astronomy in the 19th Century, 4 editions, The System of the Stars, 2 editions, Familiar Studies in Homer, The Herschels and Modern Astronomy, Concise History of Astronomy, Modern Cosmogonies, Problems in Astrophysics. I venture to think that the history of astronomy in the 19th century is the most important of her works. It is admirable in its completeness of references, its wide inclusiveness, and in its lucidity. It deserves to live, and assuredly will live, the invaluable continuation of Grant's fine work. The Systems of the Stars and The Problems in Astrophysics are works of a different order. Treasuries of knowledge and of suggestion they certainly are. The Homeric studies, except in 1 chapter, are not specially astronomical, but they are evidence of a breadth of culture and of wide intellectual interest, and are full of delightful touches of wit and of humour. It seems to me a mistake to regard Agnes Clerke's smaller works as of less importance than her larger ones. I have said that I consider the history her greatest work, but in some respects I venture to think that her greatest achievement is Modern Cosmogonies. I claim for this book that it is not only a history, but a work of philosophical thinking and of imaginative insight of a very high order. Its small size is an accident. It is a work essentially great. In these brilliant sketches, Agnes Clerke's style is at its best. But the writing in Modern Cosmogonies, good as it is a small matter compared with the masterly grasp of, I may say, all things and of their interrelations which the work reveals. and where else is shown, in recent philosophical writing, such vision and faculty divine for seizing and pointing out the reasonable spiritual clues set in what we call nature, clues helping us to sustainment of soul in the midst of the majestic mysteries surrounding us. No sketch of Agnes Clerke would be complete without reference to her love of music. To her, music was in the highest sense of the term a recreation. She turned to it for very life. Her piano playing was truly musicianly, and her repertory was large. Perhaps her playing was at its best in rendering Chopin. As an accompanist she excelled. Her teachers were, in Dublin, Miss Flynn, in Florence, Buonamici. Remarkable as were the intellectual powers of Agnes Clerke, her moral endowments were equally so. It was a question we frequently debated, the influence of character on work, and as I write, the memory of certain talks is hauntingly present. As is the heart, is the work. The best work is, and must be associated with lofty character. It was so with Agnes Clerke. No purer, loftier, and yet more sweetly unselfish and human soul has lived. She was so incapable of meanness, that she even incurred danger as a historian in crediting too readily all workers with her own high ideals. As a friend and companion she was faithful and true, and full of charm, and without her the world to those who had her friendship seems darkened and empty. But her mission, I believe, has been fulfilled. For 20 years she has been to modern astronomy an admirable historian, and has kept before working astronomers clear charts, so to speak, of what was being done, and of what should and might be done. In so doing she rendered splendid service, and inaugurated a kind of work which must be more and more needed, a kind of work which not only advances astronomy, but promotes a universal brotherhood and cooperation, golden indeed. Agnes Clerke's death comes as a shock to many. A cold, I fear not sufficiently nursed at first, led to pneumonia and complications, and, in spite of all that devoted love and skill could do, she passed gently to the next life, peaceful and fully conscious almost to the last, on the morning of January 20th, 1907. End of Agnes Mary Clerke by Margaret Lindsay Huggins. Read by Melanie T.
Brief Account of the English Character by Charles Marjoribanks. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Brief Account of the English Character by Charles Marjoribanks. From the Canton Register, July 18, 1832. The English people inhabit a country at the distance of 16,000 miles from China. At least this space is passed over by ships, from the necessity of their proceeding round the southern continent of Africa. Some idea may be formed of the spirit and enterprise of a nation whose vessels traverse so vast an ocean in safety and with facility. They frequently encounter severe tempests, but from the skill of their officers and the bold and daring character of the seamen, ships are rarely lost. Pirates or enemies do not venture to attack them. They bring the manufactures and productions of remote countries, and receive in exchange those of China. By this means the subjects, both of the Chinese and British empires, are enriched, industry is greatly encouraged, and men are rendered happy and useful members of society. The English have traded for upwards of 200 years with China, and from 60 to 80 vessels under the English flag are frequently within 12 months in the Chinese waters. To how many tens of thousands of natives does not such a commerce give useful employment? The policy of the English government has often in China been most falsely represented, and it has been stated to be ambitious and desirous of increase of territory. No assertion can be more distant from truth. The dominions of England are already so large that the policy of the government is rather to diminish than to enlarge them. Besides the mother country, it has several valuable possessions in Europe. It has large territories in North America and numerous islands in the West Indies. The Cape of Good Hope, in Africa, belongs to it. It has several prosperous settlements in Australia. Numerous islands in Asia are subject to its rule, and the ancient territory of Hindustan, with all the regions pertaining thereto, is now included in the British Empire. The small settlements of Penang, Martaban, Malacca, and Singapore are those most contiguous to China. The government of so great an empire has no thirst for conquest. Its great object and aim is to preserve its subjects in a condition of happiness and tranquillity. But while most desirous of doing so, it is very jealous of insult and ever ready to avenge oppression and injustice. The object and endeavor of the English in China have always been to carry on a pacific and amicable intercourse, but their anxiety to do so has, on several occasions, been frustrated. The benevolent disposition of the great Emperor of China has induced him to state his desire to treat remote foreigners with indulgence and consideration. But the imperial benevolence of mind has, on several occasions in past years, been opposed by subordinated officers of his government. Foreigners trading to Canton have been heavily taxed and oppressed, and commerce has been greatly impeded by the exactions to which it has been exposed. Natives have repeatedly been heavily fined and punished, sometimes cruelly tortured and put to death, for alleged treasonable connection with the English, whose only object was to conduct a commercial intercourse in tranquillity, and to obey the imperial laws. In addition to the government duties, large sums of money have been forced from native merchants, and bribes have been received by inferior officers. Both natives and foreigners have been subject to these oppressions. The imperial ear is too remote that even the echo of such things should be heard, for they are often done in darkness and silence. But the great and enlarged mind of the emperor can never approve of such acts on the part of his servants. Printed placards have been affixed to the walls of public buildings, traducing the foreign character, and encouraging low and degraded natives to insult strangers who resort to China. Affrays and riots have frequently in consequence taken place, the public peace has been disturbed, and commercial intercourse interrupted. How much are the police officers to blame who do not put an end to such improper and unjust proceedings? English sailors are often rude in manner, though kind in disposition. They cannot bear insult, hence riots take place, wounds are inflicted, and death is sometimes the consequence. On board English ships that resort to China, strict discipline is preserved, and the men are immediately punished if they commit violent acts towards natives or others. But discipline is of little avail if low natives are encouraged by low officers to insult and attack them. The laws of England make no distinction of persons, and an Englishman is as severely punished for an act of violence towards a Chinese as he is for one towards a fellow countryman. The manners and customs of all nations are different. With just allowance made for such difference, why should not Chinese and Englishmen live together on terms of friendly cordiality? The commands of the sovereign of England to his subjects are, wherever they go in the world, to endeavour to maintain an amicable and pacific intercourse with the people of the country, but never to be forgetful of their national name or honour. When Chinese subjects arrive in England or in any other part of the English dominions, they live under the protection of the laws, which are equally administered to them with the natives of the country. Their wrongs and injuries are all equally redressed. Instead, then, of being encouraged to acts of enmity towards each other, why should not English and Chinese strive together, which would most excel in acts of beneficence and kindness? In many instances, natives of China, who have been found shipwrecked on barren islands in the midst of the boisterous ocean, have been saved by the crews of English vessels, unfortunate men who must otherwise have perished in want and misery. British sailors have long been distinguished for such acts of humanity, and are taught to glory in them, more than even in deeds of war. Yet these are the persons whom the natives of China are sometimes told, by designing men, to insult and despise. The people of China are highly intelligent, industrious, and prosperous, but they are not the only people in the world that are so. Ignorant men have sometimes foolishly taught that all that is good is centered in China, but that the rest of the earth is worthless. How vain and childish is the man who reasons thus! If he had visited other countries, he would have discovered that heaven had in its bounty and mercy bestowed manifold blessings on many other regions of the earth. In England the people live in tranquillity. Their persons and property are protected by the laws. Their religion inculcates peace upon earth and goodwill towards all men. They have arrived at a wonderful state of improvements in art and science, and in the cultivation of all those means which serve to civilize mankind. They are feared in times of war, and honored in times of peace. There is no country with which it is more the interest of China to remain on terms of friendly intercourse than England. It carries on a great and lucrative commerce with this empire, and the confines of its Indian dominions almost border upon those of China. One river which rises in Yunnan flows through a portion of the British territory. It is much to the honor of Chinese merchants that they are strict and accurate in their commercial dealings, and in some instances have shown acts of much liberality to foreigners. The pride of a British merchant is to be just and liberal in his dealings. The high name and reputation of the English East India Company in China has long been established. The promise of its servants is as good as money accurately weighed, and its faith pledged in any mercantile transaction has never once been broken. Let the people of China think profoundly upon these things, and not treat lightly persons of this stamp and character. Let the officers of government, in accordance with the decrees of the benevolent Emperor of China, treat foreigners with the respect and consideration to which they are entitled. Then, indeed, will there be peace, union, and harmony between the native and British community in China. A friend to China and England, whose anxious desire is the happiness of his fellow men, traces with a feeble pen this hasty and imperfect sketch. End of Brief Account of the English Character, by Charles Marjoribanks. Read by Avai.
By the Road, Parts 1 and 2, by William Sommerset Maugham. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Matt Berard. By the Road, 1 and 2, by William Sommerset Maugham. The approach to Carmona is a very broad, white street, much too wide for the cottages which line it, deserted, and the young trees planted on either side are too small to give shade. The sun beat down with a fierce glare, and the dust rose in clouds as I passed. Presently I came to a great Moorish gateway, a dark mass of stone, battlemented, with a lofty horseshoe arch. People were gathered about it in many-colored groups. I found it was a holiday in Carmona, and the animation was unwonted. In a corner stood the hut of the consumo, and the men advanced to examine my saddlebags. I passed through into the town, looking right and left for a parador, an hostelry whereat to leave my horse. I bargained for the price of food, and saw Aguador comfortably stalled, then made my way to the necropolis where lived my host. There are many churches in Carmona, and into one of these I entered. It had nothing of great interest, but to a certain degree It was rich, rich in its gilded woodwork and in the brocade that adorned the pillars. And I felt that these Spanish churches lent a certain dignity to life. For all the careless flippancy of Andalusia, they still remained to strike a nobler note. I forgot willingly that the land was priest-ridden and superstitious, so that a Spaniard could tell me bitterly that there were but two professions open to his countrymen, the priesthood and the bull-ring. It was pleasant to rest in that cool and fragrant darkness. My host was an archaeologist, and we ate surrounded by broken earthenware, fragmentary mosaics, and grinning skulls. It was curious afterwards to wander in the graveyard which, with indefatigable zeal, he had excavated among the tombs of forgotten races, letting one's self down to explore the subterranean cells. The paths he had made in the giant cemetery were lined with a vast number of square sandstone boxes which had contained human ashes. And now, when the lid was lifted, a green lizard or a scorpion darted out. From the hill I saw stretched before me the great valley of the Guadalquivir, with the squares of olive and ploughed field, and the various greens of the corn. It was like a vast, multicolored carpet. But later, with the sunset, black clouds arose, splendidly piled upon one another, and the twilight air was chill and grey. A certain sternness came over the olive groves, and they might well have served as a reproach to the facile Andaluz, for their cold, passionless green seemed to offer a warning to his folly. At night my host left me to sleep in the village, and I lay in bed alone in the little house among the tombs. It was very silent. The wind sprang up and blew about me, whistling through the windows, whistling weirdly, and I felt as though the multitudes that had been buried in that old cemetery filled the air with their serried numbers, a vast, silent congregation, waiting motionless for they knew not what. I recalled a gruesome fact that my friend had told me. Not far from there, in tombs that he had disinterred, the skeletons lay huddled spasmodically, with broken skulls and a great stone by the side. For when a man, he said, lay sick unto death, his people took him and placed him in his grave, and with the stone killed him. In the morning I set out again. It was 35 miles to Asija, but a new high road stretched from place to place, and I expected easy riding. Carmona stands on the top of a precipitous hill, round which winds the beginning of the road below. After many zigzags I saw its continuation, a straight white line reaching as far as I could see. In Andalusia, till a few years ago, there were practically no high roads, and even now there are few and bad. The chief communication from town to town is usually an uneven track, which none attempts to keep up, with deep ruts, and palmetto growing on either side, and occasional pools of water. A day's rain makes it a quagmire, impassable for anything beside the sure-footed mule. I went on, meeting now and then a string of asses, their panniers filled with stones or with wood for Carmona. The driver sat on the rump of the hindmost animal, for that is the only comfortable way to ride a donkey. A peasant trotted briskly by on his mule, his wife behind him with her arms about his waist. I saw a row of ploughs in a field. To each were attached two oxen, and they went along heavily, one behind the other, in regular line. By the side of every pair a man walked bearing a long goad, and one of them sang a malagueña, its monotonous notes rising and falling slowly. From time to time I passed a white farm, a little way from the road, invitingly cool in the heat. The sun began to beat down fiercely. The inevitable storks were perched on a chimney, by their big nest, and when they flew in front of me, with their broad white wings, and their red legs against the blue sky, they gave a quaint impression of a Japanese scream. A farmhouse such as this seems to me always a type of the Spanish impenetrability. I have been over many of them, and know the manner of their rooms and the furniture. the round of duties there performed and how the day is portioned out, but the real life of the inhabitants escapes me. My knowledge is merely external. I am conscious that it is the same of the Andalusians generally, and am dismayed because I know practically nothing more after a good many years than I learnt in the first months of my acquaintance with them. Below the superficial similarity with the rest of Europe, which of late they have acquired, there is a difference which makes it impossible to get at the bottom of their hearts. They have no openness as have the French and the Italians, with whom a good deal of intimacy is possible even to an Englishman, but on the contrary an Eastern reserve which continually baffles me. I cannot realize their thoughts nor their outlook. I feel always below the grace of their behaviour, the instinctive, primeval hatred of the stranger. Gradually the cultivation ceased, and I saw no further sign of human beings. I returned to the desert of the previous day, but the land was more dreary. The little groves of pine trees had disappeared. There were no olives, no cornfields, not even the aloe, nor the wilder cactus. But on either side, as far as the horizon, desert wastes, littered with stones, and with rough boulders, grown over only by palmetto. For many miles I went, dismounting now and then to stretch my legs and sauntering a while with the reins over my shoulder. Towards midday I rested by the wayside and let Aguador eat what grass he could. Presently, continuing my journey, I caught sight of a little hovel where the fir branch over the door told me wine was to be obtained. I fastened my horse to a ring in the wall, and, going in, found an aged crone, who gave me a glass of that thin white wine, produce of the last year's vintage, which is called vino de la hoya, wine of the leaf. She looked at me incuriously as though she saw so many people and they were so much alike that none repaid particular scrutiny. I tried to talk with her, for it seemed a curious life that she must lead, alone in that hut many miles from the nearest hamlet, with never a house in sight. But she was taciturn, and eyed me now with something like suspicion. I asked for food, but with a sullen frown she answered that she had none to spare. I inquired the distance to Louisiana, a village on the way to Estica, where I had proposed to lunch, and, shrugging her shoulders, she replied, "How should I know?" I was about to go, when I heard a great clattering, and a horseman galloped up. He dismounted and walked in, a fine example of the Andalusian countryman, handsome and tall, well shaved, with close cropped hair. He wore elaborately decorated gaiters, the usual short, close-fitting jacket, and a broad-brimmed hat. In his belt were a knife and a revolver, and slung across his back a long gun. He would have made an admirable brigand of comic opera, but was in point of fact a farmer riding, as he told me, to see his novia, or lady love, at a neighbouring farm. I found him more communicative, and in the politest fashion we discussed the weather and the crops. He had been to Seville. "Che maravilla!" he cried, waving his fine, strong hands. "What a marvel! But I cannot bear the townfolk. What thieves and liars!" "Townfolk should stick to the towns," muttered the old woman, looking at me somewhat pointedly. The remark drew the farmer's attention more closely to me. "And what are you doing here?" he asked. "Riding to Écija." "Ah, you're a commercial traveller!" he cried, with fine scorn. "You foreigners bleed the country of all its money. You and the government." "Rogues and vagabonds!" muttered the old woman. Notwithstanding, the farmer, with much condescension, accepted one of my cigars, and made me drink with him a glass of aguardiente. We went off together. The mare he rode was really magnificent, rather large, holding her head beautifully, with a tail that almost swept the ground. She carried as if it were nothing the heavy Spanish saddle, covered with a white sheepskin, its high triangular pommel of polished wood. Our ways, however, quickly diverged. I inquired again how far it was to the nearest village. "Eh," said the farmer, with a vague gesture, "2 leagues, 3 leagues. Quien sabe? Who knows? Adios!" He put the spurs to his mare and galloped down a bridle track. I, whom no fair maiden awaited, trotted on soberly. By the Road, Part II. The endless desert grew rocky and less sandy, the colors duller. Even the palmetto found scanty sustenance, and huge boulders, strewn as through some vast torrent, had passed through the plain, alone broke the desolate flatness. The dusty road pursued its way, invariably straight, neither turning to one side nor to the other, but continually in front of me, a long white line. Finally, in the distance, I saw a group of white buildings and a cluster of trees. I thought it was Louisiana, but Louisiana, they had said, was a populous hamlet, and here were only 2 or 3 houses and not a soul. I rode up and found among the trees a tall white church, and a pool of murky water. Further back a low, new edifice, which was evidently a monastery, and a posada. Presently a Franciscan monk, in his brown cowl, came out of the church, and he told me that Louisiana was a full league off, but that food could be obtained at the neighboring inn. The posada was merely a long barn, with an open roof of wood, on one side of which were half a dozen mangers, and in a corner 2 mules. Against another wall were rough benches for travellers to sleep on. I dismounted and walked to the huge fireplace at one end, where I saw 3 very old women, seated like witches round a brasero, the great brass dish of burning cinders. With true Spanish stolidity, they did not rise as I approached, but waited for me to speak, looking at me indifferently. I asked whether I could have anything to eat. "Fried eggs." "Anything else?" The hostess, a tall creature, haggard and grim, shrugged her shoulders. Her jaws were toothless, and when she spoke it was difficult to understand. I tied Aguador to a manger, and took off his saddle. The old women stirred themselves at last, and one brought a portion of chopped straw and a little barley. Another with the bellows blew on the cinders, and the third, taking eggs from a basket, fried them on the brasero. Besides, they gave me coarse brown bread and red wine, which was coarser still. For dessert, the hostess went to the door and from a neighboring tree plucked oranges. When I had finished, it was not a very substantial meal. I drew my chair to the brasero and handed round my cigarette case. The old women helped themselves, and a smile of thanks made the face of my gaunt hostess somewhat less repellent. We smoked a while in silence. "Are you all alone here?" I asked at length. The hostess made a movement of her head towards the country. "My son is out shooting," she said, "and 2 others are in Cuba, fighting the rebels." "God protect them!" muttered another. "All our sons go to Cuba now," said the first. "Oh, I don't blame the Cubans, but the government." An angry light filled her eyes, and she lifted her clenched hand, cursing the rulers at Madrid who took her children. "They're robbers and fools. Why can't they let Cuba go? It isn't worth the money we pay in taxes." She spoke so vehemently, mumbling the words between her toothless gums, that I could scarcely make them out. "In Madrid they don't care if the country goes to rack and ruin so long as they fill their purses. Listen." She put one hand on my arm. "My boy came back with fever and dysentery. He was ill for months, at death's door, and I nursed him day and night. And almost before he could walk they sent him out again to that accursed country." The tears rolled heavily down her wrinkled cheeks. Louisiana is a curious place. It was a colony formed by Charles III. of Spain with Germans, whom he brought to people the desolate land; and I fancy the Teuton ancestry was apparent in the smaller civility of the inhabitants. They looked sullenly as I passed, and none gave the friendly Andalusian greeting. I saw a woman hanging clothes on the line outside her house. She had blue eyes and flaxen hair, a healthy red face, and a solidity of build which proved the purity of her northern blood. The houses, too, had a certain exotic quaintness, notwithstanding the universal whitewash of the South. There was about them still a northern character. They were prim and regularly built, with little plots of garden. The fences and the shutters were bright green. I almost expected to see German words on the post office and on the tobacco shop, and the grandiloquent Spanish seemed out of place. I thought the Spanish clothes of the men sat upon them uneasily. The day was drawing to a close, and I pushed on to reach Asilla before night, but Aguador was tired, and I was obliged mostly to walk. Now the highway turned and twisted among little hills, and it was a strange relief to leave the dead level of the plains. On each side the land was barren and desolate, and in the distance were dark mountains. The sky had clouded over, and the evening was gray and very cold. The solitude was awful. At last I overtook a peddler plodding along by his donkey, the panniers filled to overflowing with china and glass, which he was taking to sell in Asilla. He wished to talk, but he was going too slowly, and I left him. I had hills to climb now, and at the top of each expected to see the town, but every time was disappointed. The traces of man surrounded me at last. Again I rode among olive groves and cornfields. The highway now was bordered with straggling aloes and with hedges of cactus. At last I reached the brink of another hill, and then, absolutely at my feet, so that I could have thrown a stone on its roof, lay Asija, with its numberless steeples. End of By the Road, Parts 1 and 2, by William Sommerset Maugham.
The Donkey by Anna Botsford Comstock. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. How interesting it would be if we could see the ancestors of our pet donkey for 6,000 years back, all standing in a row with a picture behind each showing in what country it had lived, and what sort of master it had had, and what sort of work it did. It might require years to take in such a show, and probably the ancestor at the far end of the line would be found to be a wild, fleet animal of northeastern Africa, maybe one of a herd feeding on an oasis in the Sahara, or grazing on the scanty vegetation of desert mountains. From this wild African species our donkeys of today are supposed to have originated. However, there are wild species found in Persia and Syria, and one in Tibet, and one in northwestern India, and perhaps our especial donkey may have come from some of these. To this day, herds of wild asses roam Persia and Armenia as they did in the times of Abraham, or when Xenophon described them 400 years BC. These wild creatures can run so swiftly that Nadir Shah, who lived 200 years ago, considered that running down one of these wild creatures with greyhounds was equal in effort to winning a battle or conquering a province. Its flesh was regarded as superior to the best venison, and its hide was made into ornamental shagreen and other valuable leather entirely waterproof. There are pictures of donkeys in the tombs of ancient Thebes, which are an excellent likeness of the little animals that today bear the burdens for the farmers along the Nile. George Washington introduced donkeys to the agriculturists of the United States. Spain had long been in the lead in breeding these animals, and to export one from that country was prohibited. But the King of Spain, learning of Washington's desire, sent him two as a present. The donkey is used extensively today in the southwestern United States and Mexico, where its strength and endurance as a beast of burden make it most useful. It is there called a burro. Donkeys are used extensively in southern Europe, North Africa, and Asia Minor. The best breeds are now found in Smyrna, the island of Cyprus, Spain, and Peru. The donkey is able to thrive upon food which would starve a horse. It can subsist on 1/4 of the food necessary to keep a horse, and it can carry burdens on its back for long distances which would break down a horse, and it carries these burdens over steep mountains and roads where a horse would stumble and fall. Its hoof is longer and narrower and more upright than that of a horse, and the joint above it, called the pastern, is shorter and stiffer, which renders its feet less likely to become lame, and since the hoof is thicker and therefore tougher than that of a horse, it is able to climb mountains and rocky trails which would tear and bruise the horse's feet. The donkey is a friend of the poor man, because it can pick up a living at little expense. When treated well, it is as affectionate as a dog. The mother donkey is exceedingly fond of her colt. The noted obstinance of the animal comes probably from long generations of cruel treatment. It is an assertion of the creature's natural strength and dignity which have not been crushed out through thousands of years of abuse. For defence, the donkey can both bite and kick. As a kicker it is most efficient, for it can bear its weight upon its front feet and kick with both hind legs, aiming just where each hoof shall strike with wonderful accuracy and precision. The colour of the donkey should be a mouse grey, with a dark line along the backbone and a dark transverse bar across the shoulders. For housing and feeding the donkey, follow the directions given for caring for the pony. It should be kept warmer than a pony in winter, for it suffers much with cold in our northern climate. End of The Donkey by Anna Botsford Comstock. Read by Melanie T.
Down Among the Dead Letters, a chapter from Overland Tales by Josephine Clifford. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Strangers visiting Washington and admiring the style and architecture of the General Post Office building would never know that there are numbers of ladies seated behind the plate glass of the second-story windows. Indeed, few people residing in the Capitol are really aware in what part of the building those female clerks are stowed away. I had passed on every side of the building, morning, noon, and night, but never had seen anybody that looked like a female clerk till I found myself of their number one morning. And then I discovered the right entrance to the Dead Letter Office. It is on F Street, so close to the ladies' delivery that any person entering here would be supposed to be inquiring for a letter at that delivery. There is another entrance on E Street, but it is not much patronized by the ladies until after 15 minutes past 9 o'clock. For punctually at that time the doorkeeper is instructed to lock the ladies' door on F Street, and those who are tardy are compelled to go up the gentlemen's staircase or pass in at the large public entrance on E Street. Crowds of visitors walk through the building day after day, but not one of the ladies employed here do they see unless they request to be shown the rooms of the female employees. In this department, working hours are from 9 o'clock in the morning till 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Ladies are not allowed to leave the office for lunch, nor do they waste much time in discussing the lunch they may have brought, as it is only in consideration of their industry and close application that they are allowed to leave the office at 3 o'clock instead of 4. The Dead Letter Office is one of the most complicated pieces of machinery in the ship of state. I will try to explain and elucidate as much of it as came under my observation. Letters left uncalled for at the different post offices throughout the country are sent to the Dead Letter Office after a certain length of time. Letters not prepaid or short paid through neglect or ignorance of the writer also find their way here, and so do foreign letters from all parts of Europe, which have been prepaid only in part and therefore come here instead of reaching their destination. Sometimes mails are robbed and the mail bags hidden or thrown away, but are afterwards searched for and their remaining contents brought to this office. Then again, a vessel at sea, homeward bound, brings letters from ships meeting it, of sailors and passengers, who send their letters in firm faith that they will reach their anxious friends at home. But if our government happens to have no treaty or contract with that particular government to which the writer belongs, of course, the letters cannot be forwarded, but are laid at rest here. These letters are carefully preserved for a number of years. They are sometimes called for, and found a long, long time after they were written. In fact, only dead letters are destroyed. Though I wish to speak more particularly of the duties and labor performed by the ladies employed in this department, I must begin by saying that all letters pass through the hands of and are opened by a number of gentlemen, clerks in the department, whose room is on the ground floor of the building. A great number of letters contain money, valuable papers, and postage stamps. These are sent to the superintendent's room. Letters without contents are folded, with the envelope laid inside the letter, tied in bundles, and sent upstairs for directing. Money, drafts, and postage stamps, however, are not the only articles considered mailable matter by the public. One day I looked over a box filled with such matter, taken from dead letters and parcels in the opening room, and found in it one half-worn gaiter boot, 2 hairnets, a rag doll baby, minus the head and 1 foot, a set of cheap jewelry, a small-sized frying pan, 2 ambrotypes, 1 pair of white kid gloves, a nursing bottle, a toothbrush, a boot jack, 3 yards of lace, a box of Ayer's pills, a bunch of keys, 6 nutmegs, a toddy stick, and no end of dress samples. This matter is allowed to accumulate for 3 months, and is then sold at auction, but a register is so carefully kept that the person mailing the doll baby without prepaying can follow its progress from the little country town where it was mailed to the end of its career under the hammer at the dead letter office, and here can claim the amount it brought at auction. Every clerk, male or female, has his or her letter, from A to Z, and beginning again with AA when the alphabet runs out. Before the ladies take their places at the desk in the morning, the messenger has already placed there the number of envelopes each lady is expected to direct in the course of the day, and large baskets filled with bundles of letters sent up from the opening room, the bundles marked with the letter of the clerk through whose hands they have passed, are brought into the rooms. The envelopes are stamped in one corner with the lady's letter in red, so that the ladies are spoken of, by the superintendent or the messengers, as Miss A, B, C, D, not as Miss Miller or Mrs. Smith. 50 of these envelopes are contained in one package, so that it is easy to calculate whether any of them are wasted by misdirecting or blotting. The work looks simple enough when you see a number of ladies seated at their desks writing addresses on envelopes with the greatest apparent ease. And then, as a gushing young lady said to me one day, how romantic it must be to listen to the outpourings of love and affection that these letters must contain in many cases, and the dark secrets that others disclose. She thought it a rather cruel restraint when I told her we were allowed to read only so much of a letter as was necessary to discover the name of the writer, and to read no part of it if the name was signed clearly and distinctly at the end. Let the lady reader pause a moment and ask herself, do I sign my letters so that one of these clerks could return them from the dead letter office without going over the whole of their contents? By the time you have finished reading this paper, I hope you will form the resolution to sign your name in full, and just as it is, to every letter you send by mail. Don't sign your name Seda when it is really Sarah Jones in full. And if you call your father's brick house on 3rd Street Pine Grove because there are 2 dry pine trees in the front yard, don't neglect to add number 24 3rd Street, Cincinnati, Ohio. The greater number of letters passing through this office are badly written and uninteresting, many of them so perfectly unintelligible that no human being can read or return them. Not that the greater portion of our community are uneducated or unintelligent people, but that they are either reckless or careless. Letters directed with any kind of common sense are most always sure of reaching their destination without visiting the dead letter office. Not only do people, in a number of cases, neglect to prepay their letters, but frequently letters without direction or address of any kind are dropped into the letter boxes. In writing to individuals residing in the same city with them, people think it is necessary only to mention the name of the individual. The post office man is expected to know that the letter is not to go out of the city. The post office people are, if not omniscient, at least very obliging. I have found a letter directed to Carrollton in America, and the letter had been forwarded to and bore the postmark of every Carrollton in the United States before it was sent here. The work of the ladies falls under 2 heads, common and special. We will get the best idea of what common means in contradistinction to special by watching Miss A on common work this morning. Taking one of the bundles of letters from the basket, she opens it and takes up the top letter. Spreading it on the desk, she finds the envelope inside. It is directed to William Smith, Philadelphia, Penn, and the words "uncalled for" stamped on the envelope show why it was sent here. Now the signature is to be looked for. It is here, John Jones. Next, where was it dated? Somerville, Ohio. But does the postmark on the envelope correspond with that? Yes, it is postmarked from where it was dated, so John Jones will receive his letter back again. His friend W. Smith may have left Philadelphia, or may have died. John Jones' letter is returned to him in a coarse, brown P.O.D. envelope, stamped with the letter A in one corner, and he pays 3 cents for the privilege of knowing that his friend Smith never received his letter. The next is a delicate pink affair, dated White Rose Bower, signed Ella. Only this and nothing more. So the letter is hopelessly dead, and thrown into the paper basket at Miss A's side. The epistle following this is signed Henry Foster, and could be returned if it had not been dated at Whitehall and postmarked Harrisburg. On looking over the Post Office Directory, we may or may not find a Whitehall in Pennsylvania, but there is nothing in the letter to show whether Henry Foster's home is in Harrisburg or Whitehall. Consequently, that letter is dead, too. Here is one, signed plainly and legibly, but the writer has omitted to date it from any particular place. From the tone of the letter, it is plainly to be seen that he lives where the letter was mailed. But where was it mailed? The postmark on the envelope is so indistinct that any lady not employed in the dead letter office would throw it aside as unreadable. But ladies here learn to decipher what to ordinary mortals would be hieroglyphic or simply a blank. After consulting the pages of the Post Office Directory beside her, Miss A passes the envelope to Miss B. Can you suggest any post office in Indiana, beginning with M, ending with L, with about 4 letters between? Miss B scrutinizes the envelope closely. The postmark is not from Indiana, it is from Iowa, is her decision. Mrs. C, D, and E, at work in the same room, differ in opinion, and at last Miss A steps across the hall to the room of the lady superintendent, where a blue book is kept, and with the assistance of this lady and the book, Miss A discovers the place in Indiana, directs the letter, and continues her work. When she has directed 50 letters, she ties them, with both envelopes, the P.O.D. and original one, inside each letter, carefully together, and the messenger carries them into the folding room, where other ladies, employed in this branch, fold and seal them. Of these common letters, every lady is required to direct from 200 to 300 a day, a task by no means easy to accomplish. Special work is generally disliked by the ladies, and is of a somewhat mixed character. Letters held for postage, consequently not dead, come under this head. They, too, are sent back to the writer if the signature can be found, and the place from which they are dated corresponds with the postmark. If not, they are assorted according to letter and put away into pigeonholes, marked with the letter corresponding. Foreign letters, such as I spoke of before, come under this head, too. Then there are official letters, in relation to military and judicial matters, short paid, and therefore brought before this tribunal. These require minute attention, as 3 and 4 documents are enclosed in one envelope sometimes, making it difficult to discover who is the proper person to return them to. Again, there are letters with postage stamps to be returned, and money letters containing not over $1. Those with larger amounts are directed in the superintendent's room. Ladies directing stamp and money letters keep account of them in a book, submitted together with the letters to the superintendent at the close of office hours every day. Money letters are marked with red stars, stamp letters with blue. Stamps taken from dead letters are destroyed by the proper authorities. Then there is copying to do, orders and circulars, rules and regulations, to be transmitted to the different local post offices, and translations to be made of communications received from foreign post departments. All this is special work. A large proportion of the letters passing through the office are German letters. Some French, Italian, Norwegian, and Spanish, but 2 German clerks are constantly employed, while 1 clerk can easily attend to the letters of all the other nationalities together. Sometimes it comes to pass that the superintendent visits one room or the other, with a number of letters in his hand. These have been misdirected or badly written. The red letter stamped on each letter guides him to the desk of the lady who has directed it, and very sensitive is each and every lady to the slightest reproach or reprimand received, because of the universal kindness and respect with which they are treated by all the officials with whom they come in contact. If the task of poring over these epistles of all kinds day after day is on the whole tiresome and wearing, there are certain many incidents to relieve the tedium of the occupation. Incidents, I say, letters, I should say. The deep respect we entertain for a well-known army officer was justified to me by the insight his own letters gave me into his character. It is against the rules of the Post Office Department to read any part of a letter unless it is necessary to do so in order to discover the correct address of the writer. But as the General's handwriting is a little hasty and peculiar, and his military honors and titles were not appended to those letters I speak of, it was natural that they should be read by the clerks, in order to ascertain whether they could be returned to the place they were written from. One of these letters had been written to an old lady, I judge so from the fact of his inquiring about her son and grandchildren, somewhere in the South, who, it appeared, had entertained the General at her house one day during the war, when the General was very much in want of a dinner to eat. He had not forgotten her kindness and hospitality, though it was now after the close of the war, but the old lady had probably removed from the little village to which the letter was directed, or perhaps she had died, so the letter came into our hands and was returned to the General. Another was to an old friend of the General's. They had played together as boys, perhaps, but his friend had not risen to fame and fortune like himself. He was giving words to his deep sympathy with a misfortune or bereavement that had befallen his friend, sympathy expressed with such tender, true feeling that we felt as though it were another bereavement that he should have lost this letter of the General's. The remark was often made among us that the Dead Letter Office afforded the very best opportunities for making collections of autographs of celebrated people. Only the authorities could not be made to see it in that light. It was always with a sigh of regret, I must confess, that letters signed by such names as Bancroft, Whittier, Beecher, Grant, Greeley were returned to their rightful owners. The most interesting accounts of foreign travel were sometimes contained in the dead letters, accounts more interesting than any book ever published. These were, as a general thing, written by ladies, and that sealed their doom. Gentlemen writing letters almost always sign their full name, but a lady will write a dozen pages telling her friends all about the Louvre and the Tuileries, the Escurial and London Tower in one long letter, and then sign Kate or Lily at the end, thus precluding all possibility of having her letter returned, though we know from it that she is returned to her home in Boston. It is almost incredible what a large number of letters passing through our hands are finished off by that classically beautiful verse, "My pen is bad, my ink is pale, my love for you will never fail," and it is impossible to believe in how many different ways and styles these touching lines can be written and spelled, till you find them dished up to you a dozen times a day in this office. Eastern people don't appreciate this poem as Western farmers do. Missouri rustics are particularly addicted to it. What the predilection of the Southern people might have been I cannot say. It was just after the close of the war, and their letters were pitiful enough. Of course, there was not a federal postage stamp to be had in any of the Southern states, and no matter how deeply the contents of some of these letters affected us, we could not forward them to the people they were addressed to. These letters from the South portrayed so terribly true the bitter, abject poverty of all classes at that time, that the Northerners to whom they were written would not have hesitated to assist these friends of better days, could they have received the letters, but, even had we been allowed to forward them, the chances were extremely slender that people were still in the same position and location after the war as before the war. Not these letters alone were sad, for sometimes a whole drama could be read from one or two short letters. One day we found among the dead letters a note written in a feeble, scrawling hand. It was by a boy, a prisoner and sick in one of the penal institutions of New York, sick, poor fellow, and imploring his mother oh so piteously to come and see him. He was in the sick ward, he said, and if he had been wicked, and had struck at his stepfather when he saw him abuse his mother, would she not come to see him only once for all that? She must not let his stepfather prevent her from coming. He was dreaming of his mother and sister every night, and he knew his mother would come to him. But she must come soon, for the doctor had said so. Perhaps the letter had not reached the mother because the stepfather had taken her out of the son's reach, for in the course of a day or two we found another letter addressed to the same woman by one of the prison officials. The boy Charlie had died on such a date, about a week after his letter had been written, and he had looked and asked for his mother to the last. About letters written by German people I have noticed one peculiarity. They never omit to write the number of the year in some part of the letter or on the envelope outside. Sometimes it is written where the name of the country or the state should be found on the envelope, so that the direction would read Jacob Schmid, St. Louis, 1865, or they write it at the bottom of the letter instead of signing their name, and then write their name at the beginning of the letter, as though they are writing the letter to themselves. Everything is heavy and clumsy about their letters. They never indulge in joke or sentiment, and through the negligence of one of the German clerks, the most serious trouble had almost been brewed in a German brewer's family at one time. It happened this way. A substantial German brewer had written to Hans Bierstoffel, dunning him for money owing on several barrels of lager. Hans must have left the city. At any rate, the letter came to our office, and was returned to the brewer. But unfortunately, a very sentimental letter, containing a copy of some lovesick verses written by a German lady, and held in the office as a curiosity for a little while, had, by mistake of course, found its way into this letter. The honest Dutchman had meant to return this piece of property to our office at the first opportunity, and therefore carried it in his pocket-book, where his wife discovered it, seized it, and held it over his head as the sword of Damocles for ever after, as he could not prove to her satisfaction that the letter and verses had not been sent to him by the writer. At the time I belonged to the corps of dead-letter clerks. There were 3 rooms fronting on 7th Street, fitted up as offices for the lady clerks, and one very large room on the other side of the hall. A straw mat was spread on the stone floor in our room, one office chair was furnished for each lady, and desks barely large enough for 2 ladies to work at without elbowing each other, and in one corner washstand and water. In the large room some 20 ladies were writing, while 4 or 5 folders had their desk in the same room. Of the other rooms, one was occupied by the lady superintendent, together with whom were from 4 to 6 ladies. The next room also accommodated 6 ladies, and the last one, which had the look of a prison from a high grating running through it, afforded room for 4 others. There were old post-office directories, boxes containing printed matter, and such like valuables kept behind this grating, and one day, when a party of sightseers came unasked into our room, the youngest lady there, whose spirit had not yet been broken by the weight of the responsibilities resting on her shoulders, explained to the gaping crowd that behind this grating were kept the silver and household furniture of General , the assistant postmaster, boxed up while he was recruiting in the country. This was a 2-fold revenge, the young lady said to us. It was punishing the visitors for their inquisitiveness, and old for having the grating put up there. Several years have passed since I last saw the post office building. The ladies of room number were then petitioning to have this grating removed. Whether their petition was granted, I have not learned. End of Down Among the Dead Letters by Josephine Clifford. Read by Colleen McMahon.
Effects of Situation, Climate, Tendance by Theophrastus, 371 to 287 BC. From Inquiry into Plants and Minor Works on Odors and Weather Signs, with an English translation by Sir Arthur Hort. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Effects of Situation, Climate, Tendance. Again, differences in situation and climate affect the result. In some places, such as Philippi, the soil seems to produce plants which resemble their parent. On the other hand, a few kinds in some few places seem to undergo a change, so that wild seed gives a cultivated form, or a poor form, one actually better. We have heard that this occurs, but only with the pomegranate in Egypt and Cilicia. In Egypt, a tree of the acid kind, both from seeds and from cuttings, produces one whose fruit has a sort of sweet taste, while about Soli in Cilicia, near the river Pinarus, where the battle with Darius was fought, all those pomegranates raised from seed are without stones. If any one were to plant our palm at Babylon, it is reasonable to expect that it would become fruitful and like the palms of that country. And so would it be with any other country which has fruits that are congenial to that particular locality. For the locality is more important than cultivation and tendance. A proof of this is the fact that things transplanted thence become unfruitful, and in some cases refuse to grow altogether. There are also modifications due to feeding and attention of other kinds, which cause the wild to become cultivated, or again cause some cultivated kind to go wild, such as pomegranate and almond. Some say that wheat has been known to be produced from barley, and barley from wheat, or again both growing on the same stool, but these accounts should be taken as fabulous. Anyhow, those things which do change in this manner do so spontaneously, and the alteration is due to a change of position, as we said happens with pomegranates in Egypt and Cilicia, and not to any particular method of cultivation. So too is it when fruit-bearing trees become unfruitful. For instance, the Persian when moved from Egypt, the date palm when planted in Hellas, or the tree which is called poplar in Crete, if any one should transplant it. Some again say that the sorb becomes unfruitful if it comes into a very warm position, since it is by nature cold-loving. It is reasonable to suppose that both results follow because the natural circumstances are reversed, seeing that some things entirely refuse to grow when their place is changed. Such are the modifications due to position. As to those due to method of culture, the changes which occur in things grown from seed are as was said, for with things so grown also the changes are of all kinds. Under cultivation, the pomegranate and the almond change character. The pomegranate, if it receives pig manure and a great deal of river water; the almond, if one inserts a peg and removes for some time the gum which exudes and gives the other attention required. In like manner, plainly, some wild things become cultivated, and some cultivated things become wild. For the one kind of change is due to cultivation, the other to neglect. However, it might be said that this is not a change, but a natural development towards a better or an inferior form. For that it is not possible to make a wild olive, pear, or fig into a cultivated olive, pear, or fig. As to that, indeed, which is said to occur in the case of the wild olive, that if the tree is transplanted with its top growth entirely cut off, it produces coarse olives. This is no very great change. However, it can make no difference which way one takes this. End of Effects of Situation, Climate, Tendance by Theophrastus, 371 to 287 B.C. From Inquiry into Plants and Minor Works on Odors and Weather Signs with an English Translation by Sir Arthur Hort.
Qualities and Properties of Grapevines and Wines. From The American Manual of the Grapevines and the Art of Making Wine by Constantine Samuel Rafinesque, 1830. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Every part of these useful vines is valuable and available. The countries where they are a staple boast of being blessed above all others and are envied by their neighbors. The ancient nations have cultivated them from the most remote antiquity, and ascribed their introduction to primitive legislators and benefactors. The Hindus, Persians, Armenians, Arabs, and Jews to Nahusha or Noah. The Greeks said that Bacchus carried them from Asia to Greece and India, Saturn to Crete, Orestes, son of Deucalion, to Sicily, Osiris to Egypt, Janus to Italy, Geryon to Spain, etc. Their various uses were known very early, and many wines made at very early periods. Vines live from 100 to 500 years. When allowed full scope, their roots and stems become very large, sometimes several feet in circumference. The bark is used for straps, ropes, baskets, mats, etc. The wood of the root and stem is very hard and has a fine grain. It resembles walnut and cypress, is employed to make tables, doors, implements, etc., which are very durable. It is too valuable for burning when large. The branches and twigs are chiefly used for burning, and faggots made with them after trimming the vines, much used in vine countries for ovens, to light fires and cook, etc. In the spring the vernal sap of the vines is similar to water and very cooling. The leaves are used for many purposes: to carry fruits, butter, and saleables to market, to cover, clean, scour, etc. Cattle are fond of them. They are given to cows, goats, and hogs. They form one of the best manures for the vines themselves. A kind of wine may be made of them with sugar. The blossoms of the fragrant kinds are used as perfume, and to give this perfume to wine, being put in when fermenting. From the grapes are made 1. Verjuice, 2. Must, 3. Syrup, 4. Grape butter, 5. Sugar, 6. Wines, 7. Boiled wines, 8. Nectar, 9. Piquet, 10. Lees, 11. Vinegar, 12. Brandy, 13. Alcohol, 14. Varnish, 15. Preserves, 16. Pies and tarts, 17. Raisins, 18. Tartar or argol, 19. Cordials, 20. Perfumes, etc. And they are one of the most palatable and healthy fruit of the table, of which there is a succession from the end of June to November. They may even be preserved fresh the whole winter in sawdust, and are thus exported. The seeds of grapes are eaten by fowls, pigeons, and birds. They are astringent and oily. A fine fixed oil is made from them by pressure in Parma, Lombardy, and other parts of Italy, similar to olive oil, and used for burning and frying. The husks and peduncles are a valuable manure. When burnt they make the best potash used for soft soap. Argol or tartar is extracted from the lees or settlings of wine, and is encrusted in the vats and casks. Burned lees are called wine ashes. From argol are made tartaric acid and cream of tartar. Acetic acid is made from vinegar. Verjuice is the juice of unripe grapes, and chiefly of the verjuice grapes, which never ripen. It is acid and harsh, containing malic acid, tartrate of potash, and extractive. It is used as a condiment, like vinegar and lime juice. It is cooling and laxative. A peculiar wine can be made of it by the addition of sugar, which resembles fine cider or champagne, according to the mode of fermenting. Ripe grapes contain 1. Tartaric acid, 2. Sugar, 3. Water, and 4. Mucilage in different proportion, according to the kinds. These are the essential elements of wine before fermentation. The adventitious elements are 1. Malic acid, 2. Carbonic acid, 3. Potash, 4. Tannin, 5. Aroma, 6. Coloring principle, which are not always present except tannin, which is always found in the husk or skin, as well as the peduncles and seeds of the grapes. Ripe grapes are cooling, antiseptic, and nutritious. When eaten in large quantities they become diuretic, laxative, and pectoral. They form an excellent diet in all inflammatory diseases, incipient thiasis, phlegmasis, convalescence from fevers, etc. The sweetest and well-flavored kinds are the best. All the harsh and bad-tasted are only fit to make wine. It is with grapes as with apples. The best for the table do not always make the best wine or cider. Among American grapes, out of 40 species, we have only 17 suitable to make good wine, and among these only 8 very palatable, such as the Bland, Alexander, Scuppernong, Muscadine, Elsenburg, Owisburg River and maple grapes with their varieties. Raisins are the dried grapes, which is commonly done by scalding the bunches in boiling water with ashes, which shrivels them, and next hanging them on strings to dry in the shade. A few are dried in the sun in very warm countries. These operations dissipate the water of the grapes. They diminish the acid and increase the sugar, which often crystallizes spontaneously in them. Raisins are less cooling than grapes, nay, eaten in quantity they are heating and flatulent. Boiled raisins are almost restored to the primitive state of grapes. They become very emollient, pectoral, and laxative. We could make raisins in America with most of the 8 kinds mentioned above as palatable, and also with some of the large fox grapes. Many culinary preparations are made with fresh grapes and raisins, such as pies, tarts, plum puddings, dumplings, preserves, jellies, etc. In America we use for pies and tarts almost all the kinds except the bitter sort, and even the smallest chicken and pigeon grapes. They improve and enlarge by cooking. Grape butter is made like apple butter by boiling the must or juice of the grapes to the consistency of honey. It is much used in Europe and Asia. The French call it raisinette, and the best is made sweeter and granular by the addition of sugar, and is then one of the greatest delicacies. We could easily make it with our grapes. The unboiled and unfermented must, or recent juice, is used as a pleasant and cooling beverage with water and sugar all over the Oriental countries. It is called sherbet, and much liked by the Mohammedans, who are forbid the use of wine. Several kinds are made by the addition of raisins, cinnamon, rose water, spices, and other ingredients. The best is cooled with snow. Syrup and sugar can be made from must and raisins. The must of sweet grapes give a syrup by condensation or evaporation, which prevents fermentation, and raisins boiled to a pulp and strained give the same. This syrup has the flavor of the grape and may be used like any other syrup. From it sugar is made by chemical operations, concentration, saturation, separation of water, granulation, etc. The grape sugar is peculiar. It never crystallizes perfectly, commonly forms lumps, and is difficult to bleach it, but it makes very good and sweet coarse sugar. In Europe the manufacture has been tried on a large scale, but chiefly in France, where the grapes are not so saccharine as in Spain, and the preference has been given to the better and whiter home sugar of beets and chestnuts. But wine is the chief and most useful produce of the grape. It is the juice of the grape altered by the vinous fermentation. There are innumerable kinds of wines produced by the various grapes, their mixture, climate and soil, cultivation and manipulation, care and skill. Perhaps 3,000 kinds, of which 500 in France, 700 in Italy, 600 in Spain and Portugal, 100 in Germany and Hungary, 300 in Greece and Turkey, 100 in Persia, 200 in Tibet and China, 150 in Egypt and Barbary, 30 in South Africa, 50 in the Atlantic Islands, 60 in North America, 40 in South America, but several of these differ little from each other. And of Qualities and Properties of Grapevines and Wines, from American Manual of the Grapevines and the Art of Making Wine, by Constantine Samuel Rafinesque, 1830. Read for LibriVox by Sue Anderson.
Immanuel Kant and John George Hamann, from the Life of Immanuel Kant, by John Henry Wilbrandt Stuckenberg, 1835 to 1903. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Among the literary men in Königsberg with whom Kant associated, John George Hamann was by far the most eminent. Our interest in him is the greater because we are indebted to him for many important hints respecting the philosopher and his labors. The rank assigned to him in literature is indicated by an article which appeared in 1853 in a journal published in Königsberg, where both he and Kant were born and where they lived and died. It speaks of Hamann's fame as promising to surpass that of the critical philosopher, although during their lives Kant was famous and the magician of the North, as Hamann was called, was obscure and neglected. Verily, while Kant's activity almost lies closed behind us, the present judges otherwise respecting the magician of the North, who is now honored as one of the greatest and deepest thinkers of the last century. But since this was written, the revival of interest in Kant has again exalted him, and has opened a new and important activity for his philosophy, and promises for it great things in the future. And there can be no question that in intellectual greatness, especially in speculation, he was far superior to his literary friend. Hamann is, however, now receiving some of the merited recognition which his own age refused him, and his words have a prophetic ring. One easily overcomes the double grief of being misunderstood and therefore abused by his own age, by cherishing confidence in the abilities of a better coming generation. Hamann was 6 years Kant's junior, and died 16 years earlier than the philosopher. Having completed his studies in his native city, he became a family tutor, and afterwards went to London on business for a firm in Riga, but was wholly unsuccessful. Becoming dissipated, he spent money entrusted to him by the firm, and became indebted to them to the amount of £300 sterling. When on the verge of despair, he read the Bible and professed to have been converted, by means of a descent to the hell of a knowledge of self. He wrote an autobiographical sketch of his experience in London, giving a minute account of his career in that city, and presented it to one of his employers in Riga, at the same time asking for the hand of his sister in marriage. The man was shocked by the perusal of this confession, and as its author still continued the course of idleness into which he had fallen, his request was refused. The sketch created such aversion to him that the firm felt inclined to have him imprisoned for having wasted their money. After visiting Riga, Hamann went to Königsberg, and Mr. Behrens, a member of the firm, also went to that city. This gentleman became intimate with Kant, and the two tried to rescue Hamann from the gloom which had settled upon him, and to induce him to work and form regular habits of industry. Not only was he melancholy and shiftless, idle and restless, but he also insisted on continuing in his idleness, and on letting his mind brood or revel as it pleased. Their efforts to induce him to change his mode of life incensed him, and to lead them to desist he wrote his Socratic Memorabilia, in which Kant and Behrens are represented as sustaining to him the relation of Alcibiades to Socrates. In this little book he claims that he must go his own way, guided by the word in his heart, which is the light of the gospel. Hamann warmly defends himself, and it is evident that, on account of his religion, he regards himself as superior to Kant, whom he does not think devout enough. When this book appeared, Kant was 35 years old, and had been a tutor in the university for 4 years. Lindner, a mutual friend in Riga, interposed to restore harmony. The firm forgave the debt, and in spite of Hamann's passionate words in his book, he and Kant remained on friendly terms. In some respects they were antipodes. The metaphysician was cold, logical, systematic, and severely regular. Hamann was passionate and imaginative, a creature of moods and impulses. Kant made reason the rule of his life and the source of his philosophy. Hamann found the source of both in his heart. While Kant dreaded enthusiasm in religion and suspected in it superstition and fanaticism, Hamann reveled in enthusiasm, and he believed in revelation, miracles, and worship, differing also in these points from the philosopher. In some respects they complemented each other, but the repelling elements were too strong to make them fully sympathetic. The difference in their standpoints, however, makes Hamann's views of Kant all the more interesting. In the course of time, Hamann secured employment as a secretary in the government office, but business was irksome to him, and literature largely absorbed his attention. Following the bent of his own mind while at the university, he had spent his time there chiefly in studying the humanities, instead of preparing for the ministry, as his father desired, or of studying law, though inscribed as a juridical student. After settling down in Königsberg, he devoted himself to theology, philosophy, ancient literature, oriental languages, and desultory reading. He was a voracious reader, the ancient classics, the English authors being among his favorites. His mind was receptive and creative, and was easily aroused. His imagination was vivid, his heart passionate. While not the man to treat a subject exhaustively or systematically, he was original and had genius. Gifted with a keen prophetic insight and remarkable intuition, his writings are peculiar, rich in apothegms, dark sayings, and riddles. His style is his own, and the sententiousness, the real profundity, and the peculiar use of figures and symbols make his books obscure, and there are passages which he himself did not understand some time after they were written, but from the dark clouds lightning flashes give, as it were, revelations of nature, the heart, and divine things. Uniting in himself so much that is poetical, romantic, wild, and weird, he well deserved the regard of Kant, the high esteem in which Goethe and other literary men held him, and the name by which he is known in German literature, the magician of the North. Hamann, who frequently met Kant, had a profound admiration for his intellect, and appreciated the excellence of his heart, but he was not blind to his faults, and never became an advocate of his philosophy. Kant aided him in various ways, and permitted his son to hear his lectures without compensation. Hamann recognized his indebtedness, and was so anxious not to offend his benefactor that he hesitated to criticize his books as severely as he thought they deserved. He wrote to Herder, "Through kindness to my son, Kant has put me under obligation to him, so that I desire, as much as you, to avoid all unpleasantness. Aside from the old Adam in his books, he is really obliging, unselfish, and at heart a good and noble-minded man of talent and merit." They frequently discussed literary subjects. Both were more eager to talk than to listen, and as their differences were very marked, their disputes at times became quite warm. Both, however, loved the truth, and were sincere in their inquiries, and each respected the views of the other. Soon after the troubles with the firm in Riga, Kant and Hamann, who had both been family tutors, planned to write a book for children on physics. Hamann was no doubt better suited for such a task than Kant, being better able to enter into sympathy with children. For some reason the philosopher dropped the matter, and Hamann, with considerable passion, and in an imperious tone, wrote to him to reprove him for abandoning the project. He admits his learning, and recognizes him as a philosopher, but charges him with vanity and a lack of candor, probably hinting that if Kant aided in writing such a book as that contemplated, he would accomplish something more useful than he had yet done. He says, "It is easy to preach to scholars as it is to cheat honest people, nor is it a dangerous or responsible work, because most of them are already so perverted that a venturesome author cannot any more confuse their mode of thinking. Even the blind heathen has regard for children, and a baptized philosopher ought to know that, in order to write for children, more is required than the wit of Fontenelle and a coquettish style. One would injure children by that which petrifies beautiful spirits and inspires beautiful marble." Evidently regarding the philosopher as too far removed from the simple nature of children to adapt himself to their needs, he warns him that he who would write for them must have a knowledge of children, such as neither the gallant nor the academic world can give. This was said when Kant was as brilliant in society as in the lecture room. Hamann's severity is seen in the following: "The spirit of our book must be moral, but if we ourselves are not moral, how can we impart a moral spirit to our books, and communicate it to our readers? We should obtrude ourselves as blind leaders of the blind. Obtrude ourselves, I say, without a calling and without necessity." This is probably merely a hint that Kant was not frank towards Hamann in this matter. Kant did not reply to these insinuations and appeals, and the project of writing the book of which the philosopher seemed to think little, while Hamann regarded it as very important, was dropped. Their temperaments and standpoints made such conflicts unavoidable. The impulsive, unreserved magician could not put himself in the place of the self-possessed, critical philosopher. If Hamann was one-sided, was Kant less so? Were not the qualities which had been excessively developed by the one the very thing which the other had neglected? In later years Hamann dealt less passionately with his eminent friend, and frequently speaks of him with great praise. He indeed thought that the remarkable fame of the thinker had made him somewhat vain, but for this he blamed him less than the public. Once he exclaimed, "How long was this great man obliged to be a tutor in the university? How miserable was his condition as a student! But with what modesty he afterwards enjoyed his great triumphs!" His conflicting views of Kant must be ascribed largely to the changes in his own variable moods. End of Immanuel Kant and John George Hamann. From the Life of Immanuel Kant, by John Henry Wilbrant Stuckenberg, 1835 to 1903.
From Life of Benjamin Robert Hayden, Historical Painter, by Benjamin Robert Hayden. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. 1817. In December, Wordsworth was in town, and as Keats wished to know him, I made up a party to dinner, of Charles Lamb, Wordsworth, Keats, and Monkhouse his friend, and a very pleasant party we had. I wrote to Lamb and told him the address was 22 Lisson Grove, North, at Rossi's, halfway up, right-hand corner. I received his characteristic reply: "My dear Hayden, I will come with pleasure to 22 Lisson Grove, North, at Rossi's, halfway up, right-hand side, if I can find it. Yours, C. Lamb, 20 Russell Court, Covent Garden East, halfway up, next the corner, left-hand side." On December 28th, the immortal dinner came off in my painting room, with Jerusalem towering up behind us as a background. Wordsworth was in fine cue, and we had a glorious set to, on Homer, Shakespeare, Milton, and Virgil. Lamb got exceedingly merry, and exquisitely witty, and his fun in the midst of Wordsworth's solemn intonations of oratory was like the sarcasm and wit of the fool in the intervals of Lear's Passion. Lamb soon got delightfully merry. He made a speech, and voted me absent, and made them drink my health. "Now," said Lamb, "you old lake poet, you rascally poet, why do you call Voltaire dull?" We all defended Wordsworth, and affirmed there was a state of mind when Voltaire would be dull. "Well," said Lamb, "here's Voltaire, the Messiah of the French nation, and a very proper one too." He then, in a strain of humour beyond description, abused me for putting Newton's head into my picture. A fellow, said he, who believed nothing unless it was as clear as the three sides of a triangle. And then he and Keats agreed he had destroyed all the poetry of the rainbow by reducing it to the prismatic colours. It was impossible to resist him, and we all drank Newton's health and confusion to mathematics. It was delightful to see the good humour of Wordsworth in giving in to all our frolics without affectation, and laughing as heartily as the best of us. By this time other friends joined, among them poor Ritchie, who was going to penetrate by Fezzan to Timbuktu. I introduced him to all as a gentleman going to Africa. Lamb seemed to take no notice, but all of a sudden he roared out, "Which is the gentleman we are going to lose?" We then drank the victim's health, in which Ritchie joined. In the morning of this delightful day, a gentleman, a perfect stranger, had called on me. He said he knew my friends, had an enthusiasm for Wordsworth, and begged I would procure him the happiness of an introduction. He told me he was a comptroller of stamps, and often had correspondence with the poet. I thought it a liberty, but still, as he seemed a gentleman, I told him he might come. When we retired to tea, we found the comptroller. In introducing him to Wordsworth, I forgot to say who he was. After a little time, the comptroller looked down, looked up, and said to Wordsworth, "Don't you think, sir, Milton was a great genius?" Keats looked at me, Wordsworth looked at the comptroller. Lamb, who was dozing by the fire, turned round and said, "Pray, sir, did you say Milton was a great genius?" "No, sir, I asked Mr. Wordsworth if he were not." "Oh," said Lamb, "then you are a silly fellow." "Charles, my dear Charles," said Wordsworth. But Lamb, perfectly innocent of the confusion he had created, was off again by the fire. After an awful pause, the comptroller said, "Don't you think Newton a great genius?" I could not stand it any longer. Keats put his head into my books. Ritchie squeezed in a laugh. Wordsworth seemed asking himself, "Who is this?" Lamb got up, and taking a candle, said, "Sir, will you allow me to look at your phrenological development?" He then turned his back on the poor man, and at every question of the comptroller he chanted, "Diddle diddle dumpling, my son John went to bed with his breeches on." The man in office, finding Wordsworth did not know who he was, said, in a spasmodic and half-chuckling anticipation of assured victory, "I have had the honour of some correspondence with you, Mr. Wordsworth." "With me, sir," said Wordsworth, "not that I remember." "Don't you, sir? I am a comptroller of stamps." There was a dead silence, the comptroller evidently thinking that was enough. While we were waiting for Wordsworth's reply, Lamb sung out, "Hey diddle diddle, the cat and the fiddle." "My dear Charles," said Wordsworth. "Diddle diddle dumpling, my son John," chanted Lamb, and then rising exclaimed, "Do let me have another look at that gentleman's organs." Keats and I hurried Lamb into the painting room, shut the door, and gave way to inextinguishable laughter. Monkhouse followed, and tried to get Lamb away. We went back, but the comptroller was irreconcilable. We soothed and smiled, and asked him to supper. He stayed, though his dignity was sorely affected. However, being a good-natured man, we parted all in good humour, and no ill effects followed. All the while, until Monkhouse succeeded, we could hear Lamb struggling in the painting-room, and calling at intervals, "Who is that fellow? Allow me to see his organs once more." It was, indeed, an immortal evening. Wordsworth's fine intonation as he quoted Milton and Virgil, Keats' eager, inspired look, Lamb's quaint sparkle of lambent humour, so speeded the stream of conversation that in my life I never passed a more delightful time. All our fun was within bounds, not a word passed that an apostle might not have listened to. It was a night worthy of the Elizabethan age, and my solemn Jerusalem flashing up by the flame of the fire, with Christ hanging over us like a vision, all made up a picture which will long glow upon that inward eye which is the bliss of solitude. Keats made Ritchie promise he would carry his Endymion to the great desert of Sahara and fling it in the midst. Poor Ritchie went to Africa and died, as Lamb foresaw in 1819. Keats died in 1821 at Rome. C. Lamb is gone, joking to the last. Monkhouse is dead. And Wordsworth and I are the only two now living, 1841, of that glorious party. Recording by Eva Davis. End of Life of Benjamin Robert Hayden, Historical Painter, by Benjamin Robert Hayden.
Joe of Lahaina by Charles Warren Stoddard. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Matt Perard. Joe of Lahaina by Charles Warren Stoddard. Part 1. I was stormed in at Lahaina. Now, Lahaina is a little slice of civilization, beached on the shore of barbarism. One can easily stand that little of it, for brown and brawny heathendom becomes more wonderful and captivating by contrast. So I was glad of dear, drowsy little Lahaina, and was glad also that she had but one broad street, which possibly led to destruction, and yet looked lovely in the distance. It didn't matter to me that the one broad street had but one side to it, for the sea lapped over the sloping sands on its lower edge, and the sun used to set right in the face of every solitary citizen of Lahaina, just as he went to supper. I was waiting to catch a passage in a passing schooner, and that's why I came there. But the schooner flashed by us in a great gale from the south, and so I was stormed in indefinitely. It was Holy Week, and I concluded to go to housekeeping, because it would be so nice to have my frugal meals in private, to go to mass and vespers daily, and then to come back and feel quite at home. My villa was suburban, built of dried grasses on the model of a haystack, dug out in the middle, with doors and windows let into the four sides thereof. It was planted in the midst of a vineyard, with avenues stretching in all directions, under a network of stems and tendrils. Her breath is sweeter than the sweet winds that breathe over the grape blossoms of Lahaina. So the song said, and I began to think upon the surpassing sweetness of that breath as I inhaled the sweet winds of Lahaina, while the wilderness of its vineyards blossomed like the rose. I used to sit in my veranda and turn to Joe. Joe was my private and confidential servant. And I would say to Joe, while we scented the odor of grape, and saw the great banana leaves waving their cambric sails, and heard the sea moaning in the melancholy distance, I would say to him, "Joe, housekeeping is good fun, isn't it?" Whereupon Joe would utter a sort of unanimous "yes," with his whole body and soul, so that question was carried triumphantly, and we would relapse into a comfortable silence, while the voices of the wily singers down on the city front would whisper to us, and cause us to wonder what they could possibly be doing at that moment in the broad way that led to destruction. Then we would take a drink of cocoa milk, and finish our bananas, and go to bed, because we had nothing else to do. This is the way that we began our cooperative housekeeping. One night, when there was a riotous sort of a festival off in a retired valley, I saw, in the excited throng of natives who were going mad over their national dance, a young face that seemed to embody a whole tropical romance. On another night, when a lot of us were bathing in the moonlight, I saw a figure so fresh and joyous that I began to realize how the old Greeks could worship mere physical beauty and forget its higher forms. Then I discovered that face on this body, a rare enough combination, and the whole constituted Joe, a young scapegrace who was schooling at Lahaina, under the eye, not a very sharp one, of his uncle. When I got stormed in and resolved on housekeeping for a season, I took Joe, bribing his uncle to keep the peace, which he promised to do, provided I gave bonds for Joe's irreproachable conduct while with me. I willingly gave bonds, verbal ones, for this was just what I wanted of Joe, namely, to instill into his youthful mind those counsels which, if rigorously followed, must result in his becoming a true and unterrified American. This compact settled, Joe took up his bed, a roll of mats, and down we marched to my villa, and began housekeeping in good earnest. We soon got settled, and began to enjoy life, though we were not without occasional domestic infelicities. For instance, Joe would wake up in the middle of the night, declaring to me that it was morning, and thereupon insist upon sweeping out at once, and in the most vigorous manner. Having filled the air with dust, he would rush off to the baker's for our hot rolls and a pat of breakfast butter, leaving me, meantime, to recover as I might. Having settled myself for a comfortable hour's reading, bolstered up in a luxurious fashion, Joe would enter with breakfast, and orders to the effect that it be eaten at once and without delay. It was useless for me to remonstrate with him. He was tyrannical. He involved me in all manner of difficulties. It was Holy Week, and I had resolved upon going to mass and vespers daily. I went. The soft night winds floated in through the latticed windows of the chapel, and made the candles flicker upon the altar. The little throng of natives bowed in the impressive silence, and were deeply moved. It was rest for the soul to be there. Yet, in the midst of it, while the father, with his pale, sad face, gave his instructions, to which we listened as attentively as possible, for there was something in his manner and his voice that made us better creatures. While we listened, in the midst of it, I heard a shrill little whistle, a sort of chirp, that I knew perfectly well. It was Joe, sitting on a cocoa stump in the garden adjoining, and beseeching me to come out right off. When service was over, I remonstrated with him for his irreverence. "Joe," I said, "if you have no respect for religion yourself, respect those who are more fortunate than you." But Joe was dressed in his best, and quite wild at the entrancing loveliness of the night. "Let's walk a little," said Joe, covered with fragrant wreaths, and redolent of cocoanut oil. What could I do? If I had tried to do anything to the contrary, he might have taken me and thrown me away somewhere into a well, or a jungle, and then I could no longer hope to touch the chord of remorse, which chord I sought vainly, and which I have since concluded was not in Joe's physical corporation at all. So we walked a little. In vain I strove to break Joe of the shocking habit of whistling me out at vespers. He would persist in doing it. Moreover, during the day he would collect crusts of bread and banana skins, station himself in ambush behind the curtain of the window next the lane, and, as some solitary creature strode solemnly past, Joe would discharge a volley of ammunition over him, and then laugh immoderately at his indignation and surprise. Joe was my pet elephant, and I was obliged to play with him very cautiously. One morning he disappeared. I was without the consolations of a breakfast, even. I made my toilet, went to my portmanteau for my purse, for I had decided upon a visit to the baker, when lo! part of my slender means had mysteriously disappeared. Joe was gone, and the money also. All day I thought about it. In the morning, after a very long and miserable night, I woke up, and when I opened my eyes, there, in the doorway, stood Joe, in a brand new suit of clothes, including boots and hat. He was gorgeous beyond description, and seemed overjoyed to see me, and as merry as though nothing unusual had happened. I was quite startled at this apparition. "Joseph," I said in my severest tones, and then turned over and looked away from him. Joe evaded the subject in the most delicate manner, and was never so interesting as at that moment. He sang his specialties, and played clumsily upon his bamboo flute, to soothe me, I suppose, and wanted me to eat a whole flat pie which he had brought home as a peace offering, buttoned tightly under his jacket. I saw I must strike at once, if I struck at all, so I said, "Joe, what on earth did you do with that money?" Joe said he had replenished his wardrobe, and bought the flat pie especially for me. "Joseph," I said with great dignity, "do you know that you have been stealing, and that it is highly sinful to steal, and may result in something unpleasant in the world to come?" Joe said, "Yes," pleasantly, though I hardly think he meant it, and then he added mildly that he couldn't lie, which was a glaring falsehood, but wanted me to be sure that he took the money, and so had come back to tell me. "Joseph," I said, "you remind me of our noble Washington," and to my amazement Joe was mortified. He didn't, of course, know who Washington was, but he suspected that I was ridiculing him. He came to the bed and haughtily insisted upon my taking the little change he had received from his customers, but I implored him to keep it, as I had no use at all for it, and as I assured him I much preferred hearing it jingle in his pocket. The next day I sailed out of Lahaina, and Joe came to the beach with his new trousers tucked into his new boots, while he waved his new hat violently in a final adieu, much to the envy and admiration of a score of hatless urchins, who looked upon Joe as the glass of fashion, and but little lower than the angels. When I entered the boat to set sail, a tear stood in Joe's bright eye, and I think he was really sorry to part with me, and I don't wonder at it, because our housekeeping experiences were new to him, and, I may add, not unprofitable. II. Some months of mellow and beautiful weather found me wandering here and there among the islands, when the gales came on again, and I was driven about homeless, and sometimes friendless, until, by and by, I heard of an opportunity to visit Molokai, an island seldom visited by the tourist, where, perhaps, I could get a close view of a singularly sad and interesting colony of lepers. The whole island is green, but lonely. As you ride over its excellent turnpike, you see the ruins of a nation that is passing, like a shadow, out of sight. Deserted garden patches, crumbling walls, and roofs tumbled into the one state chamber of the house, while knots of long grass wave at half-mast in the chinks and crannies. A land of great traditions, of magic and witchcraft and spirits. A fertile and fragrant solitude. How I enjoyed it, and yet how it was all telling upon me, in its own way. One cannot help feeling sad there, for he seems to be living and moving in a long reverie, out of which he dreads to awaken to a less pathetic life. I rode a day or two among the solemn and reproachful ruins with inexpressible complacence, and, having finally climbed a series of verdant and downy hills, and ridden for 20 minutes in a brisk shower, came suddenly upon the brink of a great precipice, 3,000 feet in the air. My horse instinctively braced himself, and I nervously jerked the bridle square up to my breastbone, as I found we were poised between heaven and earth, upon a trembling pinnacle of rock. A broad peninsula was stretched below me, covered with grassy hills. Here and there clusters of brown huts were visible, and to the right the white dots of houses to which I was hastening, for that was the leper village. To that spot were the wandering and afflicted tribes brought home to die. Once descending the narrow stairs in the cliff under me, never again could they hope to strike their tents and resume their pilgrimage, for the curse was on them, and necessity had narrowed down their sphere of action to this compass, a solitary slope between sea and land, with the invisible sentinels of fear and fate forever watching its borders. I seemed to be looking into a fiery furnace, wherein walked the living bodies of those whom death had already set his seat upon. What a mockery it seemed to be climbing down that crag! through wreaths of vine, and under leafy cataracts breaking into a foam of blossoms 1,000 feet below me, swinging aside the hanging parasites that obstructed the narrow way, entering the valley of death and the very mouth of hell by these floral avenues. A brisk ride of a couple of miles across the breadth of the peninsula brought me to the gate of the keeper of the settlement, and there I dismounted and hastened into the house, to be rid of the curious crowd that had gathered to receive me. The little cottage was very comfortable. My host and hostess, friends of precious memory, and with them I felt at once at home, and began the new life that everyone begins when the earth seems to have been suddenly transformed into some better or worse world, and he alone survives the transformation. Have you never had such an experience? Then go into the midst of a community of lepers. Have ever before your eyes their Gorgon-like faces, see the horrors, hardly to be recognized as human, that grope about you. Listen in vain for the voices that have been hushed forever by decay. Breathe the tainted atmosphere, and bear ever in mind that, while they hover about you, forbidden to touch you, yet longing to clasp once more a hand that is perfect and pure, the insidious seeds of the malady may be generating in your vitals, and your heart, even then, be drunk with death. I might as well confess that I slept indifferently the first night, that I was not entirely free from nervousness the next day, as I passed through the various wards assigned to patients in every stage of decomposition. But I recovered myself in time to observe the admirable system adopted by the Hawaiian government for the protection of its unfortunate people. I used to sit by the window and see the processions of the less afflicted come for little measures of milk, morning and evening. Then there was a continuous raid upon the ointment pot, with the contents of which they delighted to anoint themselves. Trifling disturbances sometimes brought the plaintiff and defendant to the front gate, for final judgment at the hands of their beloved keeper. And it was a constant entertainment to watch the progress of events in that singular little world of doomed spirits. They were not unhappy. I used to hear them singing every evening. Their souls were singing while their bodies were falling rapidly to dust. They continued to play their games, as well as they could play them, with the loss of a finger joint or a toe, from week to week. It is thus gradually and thus slowly that they died, feeling their voices growing fainter and their strength less, as the idle days passed over them and swept them to the tomb. Sitting at the window on the second evening, as the patients came up for milk, I observed one of them watching me intently, and apparently trying to make me understand something or other, but what that something was I could not guess. He rushed to the keeper and talked excitedly with him for a moment, and then withdrew to one side of the gate, and waited till the others were served with their milk, still watching me all the while. Then the keeper entered, and told me how I had a friend out there who wished to speak with me. Someone who had seen me somewhere, he supposed, but whom I would hardly remember. It was their way never to forget a face they had once become familiar with. Out I went. There was a face I could not have recognized as anything friendly or human. Knots of flesh stood out upon it. Scar upon scar disfigured it. The expression was like that of a mummy, stony and withered. The outlines of a youthful figure were preserved, but the hands and feet were pitiful to look at. What was this ogre that knew me and loved me still? He soon told me who he once had been, but was no longer. Our little unfortunate Joe, my Lahaina charge. In his case the disease had spread with fearful rapidity. The keeper thought he could hardly survive the year. Many linger year after year, and cannot die, but Joe was more fortunate. His life had been brief and passionate, and death was now hastening him to his dissolution. Joe was forbidden to come near me, so he crouched down by the fence, and pressing his hands between the pickets, sifted the dust at my feet, while he wailed in a low voice, and called me over and over, dear friend, good friend, and master. I wish I had never seen him so humbled. To think of my disreputable little protege, who was wont to lord it over me as though he had been a born chief. To think of Joe as being there in his extremity, grovelling in the dust at my feet, forbidden to climb the great wall of flowers that towered between him and his beautiful world, while the rough sea lashed the coast about him, and his only companions were such hideous foes as would frighten one out of a dream. How I wanted to get close to him, but I dared not, so we sat there with the slats of the fence between us, while we talked very long in the twilight, and I was glad when it grew so dark that I could no longer see his face, his terrible face, that came to kill the memory of his former beauty. And Joe wondered whether I still remembered how we used to walk in the night, and go home at last to our little house when Lahaina was as still as death, and you could almost hear the great stars throbbing in the clear sky. How well I remembered it, and the day when we went a long way down the beach, and, looking back, saw a wide curve of the land cutting the sea like a sickle, and turning up a white and shining swath. Then, in another place, a grove of cocoa palms and a melancholy monastic-looking building, with splendid palm branches in its broad windows. For it was just after Palm Sunday, and the building belonged to a sisterhood. And I remembered how the clouds fell and the rain drove us into a sudden shelter, and we ate tamarind jam, spread thick on thin slices of bread, and were supremely happy. In this connection I could not forget how Joe became very unruly about that time, and I got mortified, and found great difficulty in getting him home at all. And yet the memory of it would have been perfect but for this fate. Oh, Joe, my poor, dear, terrible cobra, to think that I should ever be afraid to look into your face in my life. Joe wanted to call to my mind one other reminiscence, a night when we two walked to the old wharf, and went out to the end of it, and sat there looking inland, watching the inky waves slide up and down the beach, while the full moon rose over the superb mountains where the clouds were heaped like wool, and the very air seemed full of utterances that you could almost hear and understand, but for something that made all a mystery. I tried, then, if ever I tried in my life, to make Joe a little less bad than he was naturally, and he seemed nearly inclined to be better, and would, I think, have been so, but for the thousand temptations that gravitated to him when we got on solid earth again. He forgot my precepts then, and I'm afraid I forgot them myself. Joe remembered that night vividly. I was touched to hear him confess it, and I pray earnestly that that one moment may plead for him in the last day, if, indeed, he needs any special plea other than that Nature has published for her own. "Sing for me, Joe," said I, and Joe, still crouching on the other side of the lattice, sang some of his old songs. One of them, a popular melody, was echoed through the little settlement, where faint voices caught up the chorus, and the night was wildly and weirdly musical. We walked by the sea the next day, and the day following that, Joe taking pains to stay on the leeward side of me. He was so careful to keep the knowledge of his fate uppermost in his mind. How could I dismiss it from my own, when it was branded in his countenance? The desolated beauty of his face pleaded for measureless pity, and I gave it out of my prodigality, yet felt that I could not begin to give sufficient. Link by link he was casting off his hold on life. He was no longer a complete being. His soul was prostrated in the miry clay, and waited, in agony, its long deliverance. In leaving the leper village, I had concluded to say nothing to Joe, other than the usual aloha at night, when I could ride off, in the darkness, and sleeping at the foot of the cliff, ascend it in the first light of the morning, and get well on my journey before the heat of the day. We took a last walk by the rocks on the shore, heard the sea breathing its long breath under the hollow cones of lava, with a noise like a giant leper in his asthmatic agony. Joe heard it and laughed a little, and then grew silent, and finally said he wanted to leave the place. He hated it. He loved Lahaina dearly. How was everybody in Lahaina? A question he had asked me hourly since my arrival. When night came, I asked Joe to sing, as usual, so he gathered his mates about him, and they sang the songs I liked best. The voices rang, sweeter than ever, up from the group of singers congregated a few rods off, in the darkness, and while they sang my horse was saddled, and I quietly bade adieu to my dear friends, the keepers, and mounting, walked the horse slowly up the grass-grown road. I shall never see little Joe again, with his pitiful face, growing gradually as dreadful as a cobra's, and almost as fascinating in its hideousness. I waited a little way off in the darkness, waited and listened, till the last song was ended, and I knew he would be looking for me, to say good night. But he didn't find me, and he never will. And he will never again find me in this life, for I left him sitting in the dark door of his sepulchre, sitting and singing in the mouth of his grave, clothed all in death. End of Joe of Lahaina by Charles Warren Stoddard.
Thomas Jefferson to Roger Waitman, Monticello, June 24th, 1826. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. On the Library of Congress website, we find these lines in the introduction to Thomas Jefferson's last public letter, which relates to America's 4th of July celebration, in which he eloquently espoused the central role of the United States and the Declaration of Independence as signals of the blessings of self-government to the world. Jefferson undoubtedly knew at his death on July 4, 1826, that the vagaries of life had left a vulnerable legacy. Thomas Jefferson to Roger Waitman, Monticello, June 24, 1826. Respected Sir, the kind invitation I received from you on the part of the citizens of the city of Washington to be present with them at their celebration of the 50th anniversary of American independence, as one of the surviving signers of an instrument pregnant with our own and the fate of the world, is most flattering to myself and heightened by the honorable accompaniment proposed for the comfort of such a journey. It adds sensibly to the sufferings of sickness to be deprived by it of a personal participation in the rejoicings of that day. But acquiescence is a duty, under circumstances not placed among those we are permitted to control. I should, indeed, with peculiar delight, have met and exchanged their congratulations personally with the small band, the remnant of that host of worthies who joined with us on that day in the bold and doubtful election we were to make for our country, between submission or the sword, and to have enjoyed with them the consolatory fact that our fellow citizens, after half a century of experience and prosperity, continue to approve the choice we made. May it be to the world what I believe it will be, to some parts sooner, to others later, but finally to all, the signal of arousing men to burst the chains under which monkish ignorance and superstition had persuaded them to bind themselves, and to assume the blessings and security of self-government. That form which we have substituted restores the free right to the unbounded exercise of reason and freedom of opinion. All eyes are opened, or opening, to the rights of man. The general spread of the light of science has already laid open to every view the palpable truth that the mass of mankind has not been born with saddles on their backs, nor a favored few, booted and spurred, ready to ride them legitimately by the grace of God. These are grounds of hope for others. For ourselves, let the annual return of this day forever refresh our recollections of these rites and an undiminished devotion to them. I will ask permission here to express the pleasure with which I should have met my ancient neighbors of the city of Washington and of its vicinities, with whom I passed so many years of a pleasing social intercourse, an intercourse which so much relieved the anxieties of the public cares and left impressions so deeply engraved in my affections as never to be forgotten. With my regret that ill health forbids me the gratification of an acceptance, be pleased to receive for yourself and those for whom you write the assurance of my highest respect and friendly attachments. Thomas Jefferson. Read for you by Michelle Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana, on the 4th of July, 2017.
Makers of the Flag, June 14th, 1914, by Franklin K. Lane. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Makers of the Flag. This morning, as I passed into the land office, the flag dropped me a most cordial salutation, and from its rippling folds I heard it say, "Good morning, Mr. Flagmaker." "I beg your pardon, Old Glory," I said. "Aren't you mistaken? I am not the President of the United States, nor a member of Congress, nor even a general in the army. I am only a government clerk." "I greet you again, Mr. Flagmaker," replied the gay voice. "I know you well. You are the man who worked in the swelter of yesterday, straightening out the tangle of that farmer's homestead in Idaho. Or perhaps you found the mistake in that Indian contract in Oklahoma, or helped to clear that patent for the hopeful inventor in New York, or pushed the opening of that new ditch in Colorado, or made that mine in Illinois more safe, or brought relief to the old soldier in Wyoming. No matter, whichever one of these beneficent individuals you may happen to be, I give you greeting, Mr. Flagmaker." I was about to pass on when the flag stopped me with these words. "Yesterday the President spoke a word that made happier the future of 10,000,000 peons in Mexico. But that act looms no larger on the flag than the struggle which the boy in Georgia is making to win the Corn Club prize this summer. Yesterday the Congress spoke a word which will open the door of Alaska, but a mother in Michigan worked from sunrise until far into the night to give her boy an education. She too is making the flag. Yesterday we made a new law to prevent financial panics, and yesterday maybe a school teacher in Ohio taught his first letters to a boy who will one day write a song that will give cheer to the millions of our race. We are all making the flag." "But," I said impatiently, "these people were only working." Then came a great shout from the flag. "The work that we do is the making of the flag. I am not the flag, not at all. I am but its shadow. I am whatever you make me, nothing more. I am your belief in yourself, your dream of what a people may become. I live a changing life, a life of moods and passions, of heartbreaks and tired muscles. Sometimes I am strong with pride when men do an honest work, fitting the rails together truly. Sometimes I droop, for then the purpose has gone from me, and cynically I play the coward. Sometimes I am loud, garish, and full of that ego that blasts judgment. But always I am all that you hope to be, and have courage to try for. I am song and fear, struggle and panic, and ennobling hope. I am the day's work of the weakest man, and the largest dream of the most daring. I am the Constitution and the courts, statutes and the statute makers, soldier and dreadnought, drayman and street sweep, cook, counselor, and clerk. I am the battle of yesterday and the mistake of tomorrow. I am the mystery of the men who do without knowing why. I am the clutch of an idea and the reasoned purpose of resolution. I am no more than what you believe me to be, and I am all that you believe I can be. I am what you make me, nothing more. I swing before your eyes as a bright gleam of color, a symbol of yourself, the pictured suggestion of that big thing which makes this nation. My stars and my stripes are your dream and your labors. They are bright with cheer, brilliant with courage, firm with faith, because you have made them so out of your hearts. For you are the makers of the flag, and it is well that you glory in the making. End of The Makers of the Flag by Franklin K. Lane. Read by Phil Schempf.
An Oration on the Life and Services of Thomas Paine by Robert G. Ingersoll. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. An Oration on the Life and Services of Thomas Paine by Robert G. Ingersoll, delivered by Robert G. Ingersoll at Fairbury, Illinois, on the evening of January 30th, 1871, Peoria, Illinois. To speak the praises of the brave and thoughtful dead is to me a labor of gratitude and love. Through all the centuries gone, the mind of man has been beleaguered by the mailed hosts of superstition. Slowly and painfully has advanced the army of deliverance. Hated by those they wished to rescue, despised by those they were dying to save, these grand soldiers, these immortal deliverers, have fought without thanks, labored without applause, suffered without pity, and they have died execrated and abhorred. For the good of mankind they accepted isolation, poverty, and calumny. They gave up all, sacrificed all, lost all but truth and self-respect. One of the bravest soldiers in this army was Thomas Paine, and for one I feel indebted to him for the liberty we are enjoying this day. Born among the poor, where children are burdens, in a country where real liberty was unknown, where the privileges of class were guarded with infinite jealousy, and the rights of the individual trampled beneath the feet of priests and nobles, where to advocate justice was treason, where intellectual freedom was infidelity, it is wonderful that the idea of true liberty ever entered his brain. Poverty was his mother, necessity his master. He had more brains than books, more sense than education, more courage than politeness, more strength than polish. He had no veneration for old mistakes, no admiration for ancient lies. He loved the truth for the truth's sake and for man's sake. He saw oppression on every hand, injustice everywhere, hypocrisy at the altar, venality on the bench, tyranny on the throne, and with a splendid courage he espoused the cause of the weak against the strong, of the enslaved many against the titled few. In England he was nothing. He belonged to the lower classes. There was no avenue open for him. The people hugged their chains, and the whole power of the government was ready to crush any man who endeavored to strike a blow for the right. At the age of 37, Thomas Paine left England for America, with the high hope of being instrumental in the establishment of a free government. In his own country he could accomplish nothing. Those two vultures, church and state, were ready to tear in pieces and devour the heart of any one who might deny their divine right to enslave the world. Upon his arrival in this country, he found himself possessed of a letter of introduction, signed by another infidel, the illustrious Franklin. This and his native genius constituted his entire capital, and he needed no more. He found the colonies clamoring for justice, whining about their grievances, upon their knees at the foot of the throne, imploring that mixture of idiocy and insanity, George III, by the grace of God, for a restoration of their ancient privileges. They were not endeavoring to become free men, but were trying to soften the heart of their master. They were perfectly willing to make brick if Pharaoh would furnish the straw. The colonists wished for, hoped for, and prayed for reconciliation. They did not dream of independence. Paine gave to the world his common sense. It was the first argument for separation, the first assault upon the British form of government, the first blow for a republic, and it roused our fathers like a trumpet's blast. He was the first to perceive the destiny of the New World. No other pamphlet ever published accomplished such wonderful results. It was filled with argument, reason, persuasion, and unanswerable logic. It opened a new world. It filled the present with hope and the future with honor. Everywhere the people responded, and in a few months the Continental Congress declared the colonies free and independent states. A new nation was born. It is simple justice to say that Paine did more to cause the Declaration of Independence than any other man. Neither should it be forgotten that his attacks upon Great Britain were also attacks upon monarchy, and while he convinced the people that the colonies ought to separate from the mother country, he also proved to them that a free government is the best that can be instituted among men. In my judgment, Thomas Paine was the best political writer that ever lived. What he wrote was pure nature, and his soul and his pen ever went together. Ceremony, pageantry, and all the paraphernalia of power had no effect upon him. He examined into the why and wherefore of things. He was perfectly radical in his mode of thought. Nothing short of the bedrock satisfied him. His enthusiasm for what he believed to be right knew no bounds. During all the dark scenes of the Revolution, never for one moment did he despair. Year after year his brave words were ringing through the land, and by the bivouac fires the weary soldiers read the inspiring words of common sense, filled with ideas sharper than their swords, and consecrated themselves anew to the cause of freedom. Paine was not content with having aroused the spirit of independence, but he gave every energy of his soul to keep that spirit alive. He was with the army. He shared its defeats, its dangers, and its glory. When the situation became desperate, when gloom settled upon all, he gave them the crisis. It was a cloud by day and a pillar of fire by night, leading the way to freedom, honor, and glory. He shouted to them, "These are the times that try men's souls. The summer soldier and the sunshine patriot will, in this crisis, shrink from the service of his country, but he that stands it now deserves the love and thanks of man and woman." To those who wished to put the war off to some future day, with a lofty and touching spirit of self-sacrifice, he said, "Every generous parent should say, if there must be war, let it be in my day, that my child may have peace." To the cry that Americans were rebels, he replied, "He that rebels against reason is a real rebel, but he that in defense of reason rebels against tyranny has a better title to defender of the faith than George III." Some said it was not to the interest of the colonies to be free. Paine answered this by saying, "To know whether it be the interest of the continent to be independent, we need ask only this simple, easy question: Is it the interest of a man to be a boy all his life?" He found many who would listen to nothing, and to them he said that to argue with a man who has renounced his reason is like giving medicine to the dead. This sentiment ought to adorn the walls of every Orthodox church. There is a world of political wisdom in this. England lost her liberty in a long chain of right reasoning from wrong principles, and there is real discrimination in saying the Greeks and Romans were strongly possessed of the spirit of liberty, but not the principles, for at the time that they were determined not to be slaves themselves, they employed their power to enslave the rest of mankind. In his letter to the British people, in which he tried to convince them that war was not to their interest, occurs the following passage brimful of common sense: "War can never be the interest of a trading nation, any more than quarreling can be profitable to a man in business. But to make war with those who trade with us is like setting a bulldog upon a customer at the shop door." The writings of Paine fairly glitter with simple, compact, logical statements that carry conviction to the dullest and most prejudiced. He had the happiest possible way of putting the case, in asking questions in such a way that they answer themselves, and in stating his premises so clearly that the deduction could not be avoided. Day and night he labored for America. Month after month, year after year, he gave himself to the great cause, until there was a government of the people and for the people, and until the banner of the stars floated over a continent redeemed and consecrated to the happiness of mankind. At the close of the Revolution, no one stood higher in America than Thomas Paine. The best, the wisest, the most patriotic were his friends and admirers, and had he been thinking only of his own good, he might have rested from his toils and spent the remainder of his life in comfort and in ease. He could have been what the world is pleased to call respectable. He could have died surrounded by clergymen, warriors, and statesmen. At his death there would have been an imposing funeral, miles of carriages, civic societies, salvos of artillery, a nation in mourning, and above all, a splendid monument covered with lies. He chose rather to benefit mankind. At that time the seeds sown by the great infidels were beginning to bear fruit in France. The people were beginning to think. The 18th century was crowning its gray hairs with the wreath of progress. On every hand science was bearing testimony against the Church. Voltaire had filled Europe with light. D'Holbach was giving to the elite of Paris the principles contained in his system of nature. The encyclopedists had attacked superstition with information for the masses. The foundation of things began to be examined. A few had the courage to keep their shoes on and let the bush burn. Miracles began to get scarce. Everywhere the people began to inquire. America had set an example to the world. The word liberty began to be in the mouths of men, and they began to wipe the dust from their knees. The dawn of a new day had appeared. Thomas Paine went to France. Into the new movement he threw all his energies. His fame had gone before him, and he was welcomed as a friend of the human race and as a champion of free government. He had never relinquished his intention of pointing out to his countrymen the defects, absurdities, and abuses of the English government. For this purpose he composed and published his greatest political work, The Rights of Man. This work should be read by every man and woman. It is concise, accurate, natural, convincing, and unanswerable. It shows great thought, an intimate knowledge of the various forms of government, deep insight into the very springs of human action, and a courage that compels respect and admiration. The most difficult political problems are solved in a few sentences. The venerable arguments in favor of wrong are refuted with a question, answered with a word. For forcible illustration, apt comparison, accuracy and clearness of statement, and absolute thoroughness, it has never been excelled. The fears of the administration were aroused, and Paine was prosecuted for libel and found guilty. And yet, there is not a sentiment in the entire work that will not challenge the admiration of every civilized man. It is a magazine of political wisdom, an arsenal of ideas, and an honor, not only to Thomas Paine, but to human nature itself. It could have been written only by the man who had the generosity, the exalted patriotism, the goodness to say, "The world is my country, and to do good my religion." There is in all the utterances of the world no grander, no sublimer sentiment. There is no creed that can be compared with it for a moment. It should be wrought in gold, adorned with jewels, and impressed upon every human heart. The world is my country, and to do good my religion. In 1792 Paine was elected by the Department of Calais as their representative in the National Assembly. So great was his popularity in France that he was selected about the same time by the people of no less than 4 departments. Upon taking his place in the Assembly, he was appointed as one of a committee to draft a constitution for France. Had the French people taken the advice of Thomas Paine, there would have been no reign of terror. The streets of Paris would not have been filled with blood. The Revolution would have been the grandest success of the world. The truth is that Paine was too conservative to suit the leaders of the French Revolution. They, to a great extent, were carried away by hatred and a desire to destroy. They had suffered so long, they had borne so much, that it was impossible for them to be moderate in the hour of victory. Besides all this, the French people had been so robbed by the government, so degraded by the Church, that they were not fit material with which to construct a republic. Many of the leaders longed to establish a beneficent and just government, but the people asked for revenge. Paine was filled with a real love for mankind. His philanthropy was boundless. He wished to destroy monarchy, not the monarch. He voted for the destruction of tyranny and against the death of the king. He wished to establish a government on a new basis, one that would forget the past, one that would give privileges to none and protection to all. In the Assembly, where nearly all were demanding the execution of the king, where to differ from the majority was to be suspected, and where to be suspected was almost certain death, Thomas Paine had the courage, the goodness, and the justice to vote against death. To vote against the execution of the king was a vote against his own life. This was the sublimity of devotion to principle. For this he was arrested, imprisoned, and doomed to death. Search the records of the world, and you will find but few sublimer acts than that of Thomas Paine voting against the king's death. He, the hater of despotism, the abhorrer of monarchy, the champion of the rights of man, the republican, accepting death to save the life of a deposed tyrant, of a throneless king. This was the last grand act of his political life, the sublime conclusion of his political career. All his life he had been the disinterested friend of man. He had labored, not for money, not for fame, but for the general good. He had aspired to no office, had asked no recognition of his services, but had ever been content to labor as a common soldier in the army of progress. Confining his efforts to no country, looking upon the world as his field of action, filled with a genuine love for the right, he found himself imprisoned by the very people he had striven to save. Had his enemies succeeded in bringing him to the block, he would have escaped the calumnies and the hatred of the Christian world. In this country, at least, he would have ranked with the proudest names. On the anniversary of the Declaration, his name would have been upon the lips of all the orators, and his memory in the hearts of all the people. Thomas Paine had not finished his career. He had spent his life thus far in destroying the power of kings, and now he turned his attention to the priests. He knew that every abuse had been embalmed in Scripture, that every outrage was in partnership with some holy text. He knew that the throne skulked behind the altar, and both behind a pretended revelation from God. By this time he had found that it was of little use to free the body and leave the mind in chains. He had explored the foundations of despotism and found them infinitely rotten. He had dug under the throne, and it occurred to him that he would take a look behind the altar. The result of his investigations was given to the world in the Age of Reason. From the moment of its publication he became infamous. He was calumniated beyond measure. To slander him was to secure the thanks of the Church. All his services were instantly forgotten, disparaged, or denied. He was shunned as though he had been a pestilence. Most of his old friends forsook him. He was regarded as a moral plague, and at the bare mention of his name the bloody hands of the Church were raised in horror. He was denounced as the most despicable of men. Not content with following him to his grave, they pursued him after death with redoubled fury, and recounted with infinite gusto and satisfaction the supposed horrors of his deathbed, gloried in the fact that he was forlorn and friendless, and gloated like fiends over what they supposed to be the agonizing remorse of his lonely death. It is wonderful that all his services were thus forgotten. It is amazing that one kind word did not fall from some pulpit, that some one did not accord to him at least honesty. Strange that in the general denunciation some one did not remember his labor for liberty, his devotion to principle, his zeal for the rights of his fellow men. He had, by brave and splendid effort, associated his name with the cause of progress. He had made it impossible to write the history of political freedom with his name left out. He was one of the creators of light, one of the heralds of the dawn. He hated tyranny in the name of kings and in the name of God with every drop of his noble blood. He believed in liberty and justice and in the sacred doctrine of human equality. Under these divine banners he fought the battle of his life. In both worlds he offered his blood for the good of man. In the wilderness of America, in the French Assembly, in the somber cell waiting for death, he was the same unflinching, unwavering friend of his race, the same undaunted champion of universal freedom. And for this he has been hated. For this the Church has violated even his grave. This is enough to make one believe that nothing is more natural than for men to devour their benefactors. The people in all ages have crucified and glorified. Whoever lifts his voice against abuses, whoever arraigns the past at the bar of the present, whoever asks the king to show his commission, or questions the authority of the priest, will be denounced as the enemy of man and God. In all ages reason has been regarded as the enemy of religion. Nothing has been considered so pleasing to the Deity as a total denial of the authority of your own mind. Self-reliance has been thought a deadly sin, and the idea of living and dying without the aid and consolation of superstition has always horrified the Church. By some unaccountable infatuation, belief has been, and still is considered, of immense importance. All religions have been based upon the idea that God will forever reward the true believer and eternally damn the man who doubts or denies. Belief is regarded as the one essential thing. To practice justice, to love mercy, is not enough. You must believe in some incomprehensible creed. You must say, once one is three, and 3 times 1 is 1. The man who practiced every virtue but failed to believe was execrated. Nothing so outrages the feelings of the Church as a moral unbeliever. Nothing so horrible as a charitable atheist. When Paine was born, the world was religious. The pulpit was the real throne, and the churches were making every effort to crush out of the brain the idea that it had the right to think. The splendid saying of Lord Bacon that the inquiry of truth, which is the love-making or wooing of it, the knowledge of truth, which is the presence of it, and the belief of truth, which is the enjoying of it, are the sovereign good of human nature, has been and ever will be rejected by religionists. Intellectual liberty, as a matter of necessity, forever destroys the idea that belief is either praise or blameworthy, and is wholly inconsistent with every creed in Christendom. Paine recognized this truth. He also saw that as long as the Bible was considered inspired, this infamous doctrine of the virtue of belief would be believed and preached. He examined the Scriptures for himself, and found them filled with cruelty, absurdity, and immorality. He again made up his mind to sacrifice himself for the good of his fellow men. He commenced with the assertion that any system of religion that has anything in it that shocks the mind of a child cannot be a true system. What a beautiful, what a tender sentiment! No wonder that the Church began to hate him. He believed in one God and no more. After this life he hoped for happiness. He believed that true religion consisted in doing justice, loving mercy, in endeavoring to make our fellow creatures happy, and in offering to God the fruit of the heart. He denied the inspiration of the Scriptures. This was his crime. He contended that it is a contradiction in terms to call anything a revelation that comes to us at second hand, either verbally or in writing. He asserted that revelation is necessarily limited to the first communication, and that after that it is only an account of something which another person says was a revelation to him. We have only his word for it, as it was never made to us. This argument never has been and probably never will be answered. He denied the divine origin of Christ, and showed conclusively that the pretended prophecies of the Old Testament had no reference to him whatever, and yet he believed that Christ was a virtuous and amiable man, that the morality he taught and practiced was of the most benevolent and elevated character, and that it had not been exceeded by any. Upon this point he entertained the same sentiments now held by Unitarians, and in fact by all the most enlightened Christians. In his time, the Church believed and taught that every word in the Bible was absolutely true. Since his day it has been proven false in its cosmogony, false in its astronomy, false in its chronology, false in its history, and so far as the Old Testament is concerned, false in almost everything. There are but few, if any, scientific men who apprehend that the Bible is literally true. Who on earth at this day would pretend to settle any scientific question by a text from the Bible? The old belief is confined to the ignorant and zealous. The Church itself will before long be driven to occupy the position of Thomas Paine. The best minds of the orthodox world today are endeavoring to prove the existence of a personal deity. All other questions occupy a minor place. You are no longer asked to swallow the Bible whole, whale, Jonah, and all. You are simply required to believe in God and pay your pew rent. There is not now an enlightened minister in the world who will seriously contend that Samson's strength was in his hair, nor that the necromancers of Egypt could turn water into blood and pieces of wood into serpents. These follies have passed away, and the only reason that the religious world can now have for disliking Paine is that they have been forced to adopt so many of his opinions. Paine thought the barbarities of the Old Testament inconsistent with what he deemed was the real character of God. He believed that murder, massacre, and indiscriminate slaughter had never been commanded by the deity. He regarded much of the Bible as childish, unimportant, and foolish. The scientific world entertains the same opinion. Paine attacked the Bible precisely in the same spirit in which he had attacked the pretensions of kings. He used the same weapons. All the pomp in the world could not make him cower. His reason knew no holy of holies except the abode of truth. The sciences were then in their infancy. The attention of the really learned had not been directed to an impartial examination of our pretended revelation. It was accepted by most as a matter of course. The Church was all-powerful, and no one, unless thoroughly imbued with the spirit of self-sacrifice, thought for a moment of disputing the fundamental doctrines of Christianity. The infamous doctrine that salvation depends upon belief, upon a mere intellectual conviction, was then believed and preached. To doubt was to secure the damnation of your soul. This absurd and devilish doctrine shocked the common sense of Thomas Paine, and he denounced it with the fervor of honest indignation. This doctrine, although infinitely ridiculous, has been nearly universal, and has been as hurtful as senseless. For the overthrow of the infamous tenet, Paine exerted all his strength. He left few arguments to be used by those who should come after him, and he used none that have been refuted. The combined wisdom and genius of all mankind cannot possibly conceive of an argument against liberty of thought. Neither can they show why any one should be punished, either in this world or another, for acting honestly in accordance with reason. And yet a doctrine with every possible argument against it has been, and still is, believed and defended by the entire orthodox world. Can it be possible that we have been endowed with reason, simply that our souls may be caught in its toils and snares, that we may be led by its false and delusive glare out of the narrow path that leads to joy into the broad way of everlasting death? Is it possible that we have been given reason simply that we may, through faith, ignore its deductions and avoid its conclusions? Ought the sailor to throw away his compass and depend entirely upon the fog? If reason is not to be depended upon in matters of religion, that is to say, in respect of our duties to the Deity, why should it be relied upon in matters respecting the rights of our fellows? Why should we throw away the laws given to Moses by God himself and have the audacity to make some of our own? How dare we drown the thunders of Sinai by calling the ayes and noes in a petty legislature? If reason can determine what is merciful, what is just, the duties of man to man, what more do we want either in time or eternity? Down, forever down, with any religion that requires upon its ignorant altar the sacrifice of the goddess Reason, that compels her to abdicate forever the shining throne of the soul, strips from her form the imperial purple, snatches from her hand the scepter of thought, and makes her the bondwoman of a senseless faith. If a man should tell you he had the most beautiful painting in the world, and after taking you where it was should insist on having your eyes shut, you would likely suspect either that he had no painting or that it was some pitiable daub. Should he tell you that he was a most excellent performer on the violin, and yet refuse to play unless your ears were stopped, you would think, to say the least of it, that he had an odd way of convincing you of his musical ability. But would his conduct be any more wonderful than that of a religionist who asks that before examining his creed you will have the kindness to throw away your reason? The first gentleman says, "Keep your eyes shut. My picture will bear everything but being seen. Keep your ears stopped. My music objects to nothing but being heard." The last says, "Away with your reason. My religion dreads nothing but being understood." So far as I am concerned, I most cheerfully admit that most Christians are honest and most ministers sincere. We do not attack them, we attack their creed. We accord to them the same rights that we ask for ourselves. We believe that their doctrines are hurtful. We believe that the frightful text, "He that believes shall be saved, and he that believeth not shall be damned," has covered the earth with blood. It has filled the heart with arrogance, cruelty, and murder. It has caused the religious wars, bound hundreds of thousands to the stake, founded inquisitions, filled dungeons, invented instruments of torture, taught the mother to hate her child, imprisoned the mind, filled the world with ignorance, persecuted the lovers of wisdom, built the monasteries and convents, made happiness a crime, investigation a sin, and self-reliance a blasphemy. It has poisoned the springs of learning, misdirected the energies of the world, filled all countries with want, housed the people in hovels, fed them with famine, and but for the efforts of a few brave infidels, it would have taken the world back to the midnight of barbarism and left the heavens without a star. The maligners of Paine say that he had no right to attack this doctrine, because he was unacquainted with the dead languages, and for this reason it was a piece of pure impudence in him to investigate the Scriptures. Is it necessary to understand Hebrew in order to know that cruelty is not a virtue, and that murder is inconsistent with infinite goodness, and that eternal punishment can be inflicted upon man only by an eternal fiend? Is it really essential to conjugate the Greek verbs before you can make up your mind as to the probability of dead people getting out of their graves? Must one be versed in Latin before he is entitled to express his opinion as to the genuineness of a pretended revelation from God? Common sense belongs exclusively to no tongue. Logic is not confined to, nor has it been buried with, the dead languages. Paine attacked the Bible as it is translated. If the translation is wrong, let its defenders correct it. The Christianity of Paine's day is not the Christianity of our time. There has been a great improvement since then. 150 years ago, the foremost preachers of our time would have perished at the stake. A Universalist would have been torn in pieces in England, Scotland, and America. Unitarians would have found themselves in the stocks, pelted by the rabble with dead cats, after which their ears would have been cut off, their tongues bored, and their foreheads branded. Less than 150 years ago, the following law was in force in Maryland. Be it enacted by the Right Honorable, the Lord Proprietor, by and with the advice and consent of his Lordship's Governor, and the upper and lower houses of the Assembly, and the authority of the same, that if any person shall hereafter within this province, wittingly, maliciously, and advisedly, by writing or speaking, blaspheme or curse God, or deny our Savior Jesus Christ to be the Son of God, or shall deny the Holy Trinity, the Father, Son, and Holy Ghost, or the Godhead of any of the three persons, or the unity of the Godhead, or shall utter any profane words concerning the Holy Trinity, or any of the persons thereof, and shall thereof be convict by verdict, shall for the first offense be bored through the tongue, and fined 20 pounds to be levied of his body. And for the second offense, the offender shall be stigmatized by burning in the forehead with the letter B, and fined 40 pounds. And that for the third offense, the offender shall suffer death without the benefit of clergy. The strange thing about this law is, that it has never been repealed, and is still in force in the District of Columbia. Laws like this were in force in most of the colonies, and in all countries where the Church had power. In the Old Testament, the death penalty was attached to hundreds of offenses. It has been the same in all Christian countries. Today, in civilized governments, the death penalty is attached only to murder and treason, and in some it has been entirely abolished. What a commentary upon the divine humbugs of the world! In the day of Thomas Paine, the Church was ignorant, bloody, and relentless. In Scotland, the Kirk was at the summit of its power. It was a full sister of the Spanish Inquisition. It waged war upon human nature. It was the enemy of happiness, the hater of joy, and the despiser of religious liberty. It taught parents to murder their children rather than to allow them to propagate error. If the mother held opinions of which the infamous Kirk disapproved, her children were taken from her arms, her babe from her very bosom, and she was not allowed to see them or to write them a word. It would not allow shipwrecked sailors to be rescued from drowning on Sunday. It sought to annihilate pleasure, to pollute the heart by filling it with religious cruelty and gloom, and to change mankind into a vast horde of pious, heartless fiends. One of the most famous Scotch divines said, "The Kirk holds that religious toleration is not far from blasphemy." And this same Scotch Kirk denounced, beyond measure, the man who had the moral grandeur to say, "The world is my country, and to do good my religion." And this same Kirk abhorred the man who said, "Any system of religion that shocks the mind of a child cannot be a true system." At that time, nothing so delighted the Church as the beauties of endless torment, and listening to the weak wailings of damned infants struggling in the slimy coils and poisoned folds of the worm that never dies. About the beginning of the 19th century, a boy by the name of Thomas Aikenhead was indicted and tried at Edinburgh for having denied the inspiration of the Scriptures, and for having, on several occasions, when cold, wished himself in hell that he might get warm. Notwithstanding, the poor boy recanted and begged for mercy, He was found guilty and hanged. His body was thrown in a hole at the foot of the scaffold and covered with stones. Prosecutions and executions like this were common in every Christian country, and all of them were based upon the belief that an intellectual conviction is a crime. No wonder the Church hated and traduced the author of the Age of Reason. England was filled with Puritan gloom and Episcopal ceremony. All religious conceptions were of the grossest nature. The ideas of crazy fanatics and extravagant poets were taken as sober facts. Milton had clothed Christianity in the soiled and faded finery of the gods, had added to the story of Christ the fables of mythology. He gave to the Protestant Church the most outrageously material ideas of the deity. He turned all the angels into soldiers, made heaven a battlefield, put Christ in uniform, and described God as a militia general. His works were considered by the Protestants nearly as sacred as the Bible itself, and the imagination of the people was thoroughly polluted by the horrible imagery, the sublime absurdity of the blind Milton. Heaven and hell were realities. The judgment day was expected. Books of account would be opened. Every man would hear the charges against him read. God was supposed to sit on a golden throne, surrounded by the tallest angels with harps in their hands and crowns on their heads. The goats would be thrust into eternal fire on the left, while the orthodox sheep on the right were to gambol on sunny slopes forever and forever. The nation was profoundly ignorant, and consequently extremely religious, as far as belief was concerned. In Europe, liberty was lying chained in the Inquisition, her white bosom stained with blood. In the New World, the Puritans had been hanging and burning in the name of God, and selling white Quaker children into slavery in the name of Christ, who said, "Suffer little children to come unto me." Under such conditions, progress was impossible. Someone had to lead the way. The Church is, and always has been, incapable of a forward movement. Religion always looks back. The Church has already reduced Spain to a guitar, Italy to a hand organ, and Ireland to exile. Someone not connected with the Church had to attack the monster that was eating out the heart of the world. Someone had to sacrifice himself for the good of all. The people were in the most abject slavery. Their manhood had been taken from them by pomp, by pageantry and power. Progress is born of doubt and inquiry. The Church never doubts, never inquires. To doubt is heresy. To inquire is to admit that you do not know. The Church does neither. More than a century ago, Catholicism, wrapped in robes red with the innocent blood of millions, holding in her frantic clutch crowns and scepters, honors and gold, the keys of heaven and hell, trampling beneath her feet the liberties of nations, in the proud moment of almost universal dominion, felt within her heartless breast the deadly dagger of Voltaire. From that blow the Church never can recover. Livid with hatred, she launched her eternal anathema at the great destroyer, and ignorant Protestants have echoed the curse of Rome. In our country the Church was all-powerful, and although divided into many sects, would instantly unite to repel a common foe. Paine struck the first grand blow. The Age of Reason did more to undermine the power of the Protestant Church than all other books then known. It furnished an immense amount of food for thought. It was written for the average mind, and is a straightforward, honest investigation of the Bible and of the Christian system. Paine did not falter from the first page to the last. He gives you his candid thought, and candid thoughts are always valuable. The Age of Reason has liberalized us all. It put arguments in the mouths of the people. It put the Church on the defensive. It enabled somebody in every village to corner the parson. It made the world wiser and the Church better. It took power from the pulpit and divided it among the pews. Just in proportion that the human race has advanced, the Church has lost power. There's no exception to this rule. No nation ever materially advanced that held strictly to the religion of its founders. No nation ever gave itself wholly to the control of the Church without losing its power, its honor, and its existence. Every church pretends to have found the exact truth. This is the end of progress. Why pursue that which you have? Why investigate when you know? Every creed is a rock in running water. Humanity sweeps by it. Every creed cries to the universe, "Halt!" A creed is the ignorant past bullying the enlightened present. The ignorant are not satisfied with what can be demonstrated. Science is too slow for them, and so they invent creeds. They demand completeness. A sublime segment, a grand fragment, are of no value to them. They demand the complete circle, the entire structure. In music, they want a melody with a recurring accent at measured periods. In religion, they insist upon immediate answers to the questions of creation and destiny. The alpha and omega of all things must be in the alphabet of their superstition. A religion that cannot answer every question and guess every conundrum is, in their estimation, worse than worthless. They desire a kind of theological dictionary, a religious ready reckoner, together with guide boards at all crossings and turns. They mistake impudence for authority, solemnity for wisdom, and pathos for inspiration. The beginning and the end are what they demand. The grand flight of the eagle is nothing to them. They want the nest in which he was hatched, and especially the dry limb upon which he roosts. Anything that can be learned is hardly worth knowing. The present is considered of no value in itself. Happiness must not be expected this side of the clouds, and can only be attained by self-denial and faith, not self-denial for the good of others, but for the salvation of your own sweet self. Paine denied the authority of Bibles and creeds. This was his crime, and for this the world shut the door in his face and emptied its slops upon him from the windows. I challenge the world to show that Thomas Paine ever wrote one line, one word in favor of tyranny, in favor of immorality, one line, one word against what he believed to be for the highest and best interest of mankind. One line, one word against justice, charity, or liberty, and yet he has been pursued as though he had been a fiend from hell. His memory has been execrated as though he had murdered some Uriah for his wife, driven some Hagar into the desert to starve with his child upon her bosom, defiled his own daughters, ripped open with the sword the sweet bodies of loving and innocent women, advised one brother to assassinate another, kept a harem with 700 wives and 300 concubines, or had persecuted Christians even unto strange cities. The Church has pursued Paine to deter others. No effort has been, in any age of the world, spared to crush out opposition. The Church used painting, music, and architecture simply to degrade mankind. But there are men that nothing can awe. There have been at all times brave spirits that dared even the gods. Some proud head has always been above the waves. In every age, some Diogenes has sacrificed to all the gods. True genius never cowers, and there is always some Samson feeling for the pillars of authority. Cathedrals and domes, and chimes and chants, temples frescoed and groined and carved and gilded with gold, altars and tapers, and paintings of Virgin and Babe, censer and chalice, chasuble, paten, and alb, organs and anthems and incense rising to the winged and blessed, maniple, amice, and stole, crosses and croziers, tiaras and crowns, mitres and missals and masses, rosaries, relics, and robes, martyrs and saints, and windows stained as with the blood of Christ, never for one moment awed the brave, proud spirit of the infidel. He knew that all the pomp and glitter had been purchased with liberty, that priceless jewel of the soul. In looking at the cathedral he remembered the dungeon. The music of the organ was not loud enough to drown the clank of fetters. He could not forget that the taper had lighted the faggot. He knew that the cross adorned the hilt of the sword, and so where others worshipped he wept and scorned. The doubter, the investigator, the infidel have been the saviors of liberty. This truth is beginning to be realized, and the intellectual are beginning to honor the brave thinkers of the past. But the Church is as unforgiving as ever, and still wonders why any infidel should be wicked enough to endeavor to destroy her power. I will tell the Church why. You have imprisoned the human mind. You have been the enemy of liberty. You have burned us at the stake, wasted us upon slow fires, torn our flesh with iron. You've covered us with chains, treated us as outcasts. You have filled the world with fear. You have taken our wives and children from our arms. You've confiscated our property. You have denied us the right to testify in courts of justice. You have branded us with infamy. You've torn out our tongues. You've refused us burial. In the name of your religion you have robbed us of every right, and after having inflicted upon us every evil that can be inflicted in this world, you have fallen upon your knees and with clasped hands implored your God to torment us forever. Can you wonder that we hate your doctrines, that we despise your creeds, that we feel proud to know that we are beyond your power, that we are free in spite of you, that we can express our honest thought, and that the whole world is grandly rising into the blessed light? Can you wonder that we point with pride to the fact that infidelity has ever been found battling for the rights of man, for the liberty of conscience, and for the happiness of all? Can you wonder that we are proud to know that we have always been disciples of reason and soldiers of freedom, that we have denounced tyranny and superstition and have kept our hands unstained with human blood? We deny that religion is the end or object of this life. When it is so considered, it becomes destructive of happiness, the real end of life. It becomes a hydra-headed monster reaching in terrible coils from the heavens and thrusting its 1,000 fangs into the bleeding, quivering hearts of men. It devours their substance, builds palaces for God, who dwells not in temples made with hands, and allows his children to die in huts and hovels. It fills the earth with mourning, heaven with hatred, the present with fear, and all the future with despair. Virtue is a subordination of the passions to the intellect. It is to act in accordance with your highest convictions. It does not consist in believing, but in doing. This is a sublime truth that the infidels in all ages have uttered. They have handed the torch from one to the other through all the years that have fled. Upon the altar of reason they have kept the sacred fire, and through the long midnight of faith they fed the divine flame. Infidelity is liberty, all religion is slavery. In every creed, man is the slave of God, woman is the slave of man, and the sweet children are the slaves of all. We do not want creeds, we want knowledge, we want happiness. And yet we are told by the Church that we have accomplished nothing, that we are simply destroyers, that we tear down without building again. Is it nothing to free the mind? Is it nothing to civilize mankind? Is it nothing to fill the world with light, with discovery, with science? Is it nothing to dignify man and exalt the intellect? Is it nothing to grope your way into the dreary prisons, the damp and dropping dungeons, the dark and silent cells, where the souls of man are chained to the floors of stone, to greet them like a ray of light, like the song of a bird, the murmur of a stream, to see the dull eyes open and grow slowly bright, to feel yourself grasped by the shrunken and unused hands, and hear yourself thanked by a strange and hollow voice? Is it nothing to conduct these souls gradually into the blessed light of day, to let them see again the happy fields, the sweet green earth, and hear the everlasting music of the waves? Is it nothing to make men wipe the dust from their swollen knees, the tears from their blanched and furrowed cheeks? Is it a small thing to reave the heavens of an insatiate monster, and write upon the eternal dome, glittering with stars, the grand word freedom? Is it a small thing to quench the flames of hell with the holy tears of pity, to unbind the martyr from the stake, break all the chains, put out the fires of civil war, stay the sword of the fanatic, and tear the bloody hands of the Church from the white throat of science? Is it a small thing to make men truly free, to destroy the dogmas of ignorance, prejudice, and power, the poisoned fables of superstition, and drive from the beautiful face of the earth the fiend of fear? It does seem as though the most zealous Christian must at times entertain some doubt as to the divine origin of his religion. For 1800 years the doctrine has been preached. For more than 1,000 years the Church had, to a great extent, control of the civilized world. And what has been the result? Are the Christian nations patterns of charity and forbearance? On the contrary, their principal business is to destroy each other. More than 5 millions of Christians are trained, educated, and drilled to murder their fellow Christians. Every nation is groaning under a vast debt incurred in carrying on war against other Christians, or defending themselves from Christian assault. The world is covered with forts to protect Christians from Christians, and every sea is covered with iron monsters ready to blow Christian brains into eternal froth. Millions upon millions are annually expended in the effort to construct still more deadly and terrible engines of death. Industry is crippled, honest toil is robbed, even beggary is taxed to defray the expenses of Christian warfare. There must be some other way to reform this world. We have tried creed and dogma and fable, and they have failed in all the nations dead. The people perish for the lack of knowledge. Nothing but education, scientific education, can benefit mankind. We must find out the laws of nature and conform to them. We need free bodies and free minds, free labor and free thought, chainless hands and fetterless brains. Free labor will give us wealth, free thought will give us truth. We need men with moral courage to speak and write their real thoughts, and to stand by their convictions even to the very death. We need have no fear of being too radical. The future will verify all grand and brave predictions. Paine was splendidly in advance of his time, but he was orthodox compared with the infidels of today. Science, the great iconoclast, has been busy since 1809, and by the highway of progress are the broken images of the past. On every hand the people advance. The Vicar of God has been pushed from the throne of the Caesars, and upon the roofs of the eternal city falls once more the shadow of the eagle. All has been accomplished by the heroic few. The men of science have explored heaven and earth, and with infinite patience have furnished the facts. The brave thinkers have used them. The gloomy caverns of superstition have been transformed into temples of thought, and the demons of the past are the angels of today. Science took a handful of sand, constructed a telescope, and with it explored the starry depths of heaven. Science wrested from the gods their thunderbolts, and now the electric spark, freighted with thought and love, flashes under all the waves of the sea. Science took a tear from the cheek of unpaid labor, converted it into steam, created a giant that turns with tireless arm the countless wheels of toil. Thomas Paine was one of the intellectual heroes, one of the men to whom we are indebted. His name is associated forever with the great republic. As long as free government exists, he will be remembered, admired, and honored. He lived a long, laborious, and useful life. The world is better for his having lived. For the sake of truth, he accepted hatred and reproach for his portion. He ate the bitter bread of sorrow. His friends were untrue to him because he was true to himself and true to them. He lost the respect of what is called society, but he kept his own. His life is what the world calls failure, and what history calls success. If to love your fellow men more than self is goodness, Thomas Paine was good. If to be in advance of your time, to be a pioneer in the direction of right, is greatness, Thomas Paine was great. If to avow your principles and discharge your duty in the presence of death is heroic, Thomas Paine was a hero. At the age of 73, death touched his tired heart. He died in the land his genius defended. Under the flag he gave to the skies. Slander cannot touch him now. Hatred cannot reach him more. He sleeps in the sanctuary of the tomb beneath the quiet of the stars. A few more years, a few more brave men, a few more rays of light, and mankind will venerate the memory of him who said, "Any system of religion that shocks the mind of a child cannot be a true system. The world is my country, and to do good my religion." End of An Oration on the Life and Services of Thomas Paine by Robert G. Ingersoll. Read by Colleen McMahon.
Reminiscences of Margaret Fuller by Ralph Waldo Emerson, from Memoirs of Margaret Fuller Ossoli. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reminiscences of Margaret Fuller. She was an active, inspiring companion and correspondent, and all the art, the thought, and the nobleness in New England seemed at that moment related to her, and she to it. She was everywhere a welcome guest. The houses of her friends in town and country were open to her, and every hospitable attention eagerly offered. Her arrival was a holiday, and so was her abode. She stayed a few days, often a week, more seldom a month, and all tasks that could be suspended were put aside to catch the favorable hour, in walking, riding, or boating, to talk with this joyful guest, who brought wit, anecdotes, love stories, tragedies, oracles with her, and with her broad web of relations to so many fine friends, seemed like the queen of some parliament of love, who carried the key to all confidences, and to whom every question had been finally referred. Persons were her game, specially if marked by fortune, or character, or success. To such was she sent. She addressed them with a hardihood, almost a haughty assurance, queen-like. Indeed, they fell in her way, where the access might have seemed difficult, by wonderful casualties, and the inveterate recluse, the coyest maid, the waywardest poet, made no resistance, but yielded at discretion, as if they had been waiting for her, all doors to this imperious dame. She disarmed the suspicion of recluse scholars by the absence of bookishness. The ease with which she entered into conversation made them forget all they had heard of her, and she was infinitely less interested in literature than in life. They saw she valued earnest persons, and Dante, Petrarch, and Goethe, because they thought as she did, and gratified her with high portraits, which she was everywhere seeking. She drew her companions to surprising confessions. She was the wedding guest to whom the long-pent story must be told, and they were not less struck, on reflection, at the suddenness of the friendship which had established in one day new and permanent covenants. She extorted the secret of life, which cannot be told without setting heart and mind in a glow, and thus had the best of those she saw. Whatever romance, whatever virtue, whatever impressive experience, this came to her, and she lived in a superior circle, for they suppressed all their commonplace in her presence. She was perfectly true to this confidence. She never confounded relations, but kept 100 fine threads in her hand, without crossing or entangling any. An entire intimacy, which seemed to make both sharers of the whole horizon of each other's and of all truth, did not yet make her false to any other friend, gave no title to the history that an equal trust of another friend had put in her keeping. In this reticence was no prudery and no effort, for so rich her mind that she never was tempted to treachery by the desire of entertaining. The day was never long enough to exhaust her opulent memory, and I, who knew her intimately for 10 years, from July 1836 till August 1846, when she sailed for Europe, never saw her without surprise at her new powers. Of the conversations above alluded to, the substance was whatever was suggested by her passionate wish for equal companions, to the end of making life altogether noble. With the firmest tact she led the discourse into the midst of their daily living and working, recognizing the good will and sincerity which each man has in his aims, and treating so playfully and intellectually all the points that one seemed to see his life en beau, and was flattered by beholding what he had found so tedious in his workday weeds shining in glorious costume. Each of his friends passed before him in the new light. Hope seemed to spring under his feet, and life was worth living. The auditor jumped for joy and thirsted for unlimited draughts. What! Is this the dame who I heard was sneering and critical? This the blue stocking of whom I stood in terror and dislike? This wondrous woman, full of counsel, full of tenderness, before whom every mean thing is ashamed and hides itself, this new Corinne, more variously gifted, wise, supportive, eloquent, who seems to have learned all languages, heaven knows when or how, I should think she was born to them, magnificent, prophetic, reading my life at her will, and puzzling me with riddles like this: yours is an example of a destiny springing from character. And again, I see your destiny hovering before you, but it always escapes from you. The test of this eloquence was its range. It told on children, and on old people, on men of the world, and on sainted maids. She could hold them all by her honeyed tongue. A lady of the best eminence, whom Margaret occasionally visited in one of our cities of spindles, speaking one day of her neighbours, said, "I stand in a certain awe of the moneyed men, the manufacturers, and so on, knowing that they will have small interest in Plato or in Biot, but I saw them approach Margaret with perfect security, for she could give them bread that they could eat. Some persons are thrown off their balance when in society. Others are thrown on to balance. The excitement of company and the observation of other characters correct their biases. Margaret always appeared to unexpected advantage in conversation with a large circle. She had more sanity than any other, whilst in private her vision was often through coloured lenses. Her talents were so various, and her conversation so rich and entertaining, that one might talk with her many times by the parlour fire before he discovered the strength which served as foundation to so much accomplishment and eloquence. But concealed under flowers and music was the broadest good sense, very well able to dispose of all this pile of native and foreign ornaments, and quite able to work without them. She could always rally on this in every circumstance and in every company, and find herself on a firm footing of equality with any party whatever, and make herself useful, and, if need be, formidable. The old Anaximenes, seeking, I suppose, for a source sufficiently diffusive, said that mind must be in the air, which, when all men breathed, they were filled with one intelligence. And when men have larger measures of reason, as Aesop, Cervantes, Franklin, Scott, they gain in universality, or are no longer confined to a few associates, but are good company for all persons, philosophers, women, men of fashion, tradesmen, and servants. Indeed, an older philosopher than Anaximenes, namely language itself, had taught to distinguish superior or purer sense as common sense. Margaret had, with certain limitations, or must we say strictures, these larger lungs, inhaling this universal element, and could speak to Jew and Greek, free and bond, to each in his own tongue. The Concord stage coachman distinguished her by his respect, and the chambermaid was pretty sure to confide to her, on the second day, her homely romance. I regret that it is not in my power to give any true report of Margaret's conversation. She soon became an established friend and frequent inmate of our house, and continued thenceforward for years to come, once in 3 or 4 months, to spend a week or a fortnight with us. She adopted all the people and all the interests she found here. Your people shall be my people, and yonder darling boy I shall cherish as my own. Her ready sympathies endeared her to my wife and my mother, each of whom highly esteemed her good sense and sincerity. She suited each and all, yet she was not a person to be suspected of complaisance, and her attachments, one might say, were chemical. She had so many tasks of her own that she was a very easy guest to entertain, as she could be left to herself day after day without apology. According to our usual habit, we seldom met in the forenoon. After dinner we read something together, or walked, or rode. In the evening she came to the library, and many a conversation was there held, whose details, if they could be preserved, would justify all encomiums. They interested me in every manner: talent, memory, wit, stern introspection, poetic play, religion, the finest personal feeling, the aspects of the future. Each followed each in full activity, and left me, I remember, enriched and sometimes astonished by the gifts of my guest. Her topics were numerous. but the cardinal points of poetry, love, and religion were never far off. She was a student of art, and though untravelled, knew much better than most persons who had been abroad the conventional reputation of each of the masters. She was familiar with all the field of elegant criticism in literature. Among the problems of the day these two attracted her chiefly: mythology and demonology. Then also French socialism, especially as it concerned woman, the whole prolific family of reforms, and of course the genius and career of each remarkable person. She had other friends in this town beside those in my house. A lady already alluded to lived in the village, who had known her longer than I, and whose prejudices Margaret had resolutely fought down until she converted her into the firmest and most efficient of friends. In 1842, Nathaniel Hawthorne, already then known to the world by his twice told tales, came to live in Concord, in the old manse, with his wife, who was herself an artist. With these welcomed persons Margaret formed a strict and happy acquaintance. She liked their old house, and the taste which had filled it with new articles of beautiful form, yet harmonized with the antique furniture left by the former proprietors. She liked, too, the pleasing walks and rides and boatings which that neighbourhood commanded. In 1842 William Ellery Channing, whose wife was her sister, built a house in Concord, and this circumstance made a new tie and another home for Margaret. Arcana. It was soon evident that there was somewhat a little pagan about her, that she had some faith more or less distinct in a fate and in a guardian genius, that her fancy or her pride had played with her religion. She had a taste for gems, ciphers, talismans, omens, coincidences, and birthdays. She had a special love for the planet Jupiter, and a belief that the month of September was inauspicious to her. She never forgot that her name, Margarita, signified a pearl. When I first met with the name Leila, she said, I knew from the very look and sound it was mine. I knew that it meant night, night which brings out stars, as sorrow brings out truths. Sortilege she valued. She tried sortes biblica, and her hits were memorable. I think each new book which interested her she was disposed to put to this test, and know if it had somewhat personal to say to her. As happens to such persons, these guesses were justified by the event. She chose carbuncle for her own stone, and when a dear friend was to give her a gem, this was the one selected. She valued what she had somewhere read, that carbuncles are male and female. The female casts out light, the male has his within himself. Mine, she said, is the male. And she was wont to put on her carbuncle a bracelet or some selected gem to write letters to certain friends. One of her friends she coupled with the onyx, another in a decided way with the amethyst. She learned that the ancients esteemed this gem a talisman to dispel intoxication, to give good thoughts and understanding. The Greek meaning is antidote against drunkenness. She characterized her friends by these stones, and wrote to the last mentioned the following lines: to slow wandering on a tangled way, to their lost child pure spirits say, the diamond marshal thee by day, by night the carbuncle defend heart's blood of a bosom friend. On thy brow the amethyst, violet of purest earth, when by fullest sunlight kissed, best reveals its regal birth. And when that hallowed moment flies, shall keep thee steadfast, chaste, and wise. Coincidences, good and bad, contretemps, seals, ciphers, mottos, omens, anniversaries, names, dreams, are all of a certain importance to her. Her letters are often dated on some marked anniversary of her own, or of her correspondent's calendar. She signalized saints' days, All Souls, and All Saints by poems, which had for her a mystical value. She remarked a pre-established harmony of the names of her personal friends, as well as of her historical favorites, that of Emmanuel for Swedenborg, and Rosencrantz for the head of the Rosicrucians. If Christian Rosencrantz, she said, is not a maid name, the genius of the age interfered in the baptismal rite, as in the cases of the archangels of art, Michael and Raphael, and in giving the name of Emmanuel to the captain of the New Jerusalem. Sub rosa crux, I think, is the true derivation, and not the chemical one, generation, corruption, etc. In this spirit she soon surrounded herself with a little mythology of her own. She had a series of anniversaries which she kept. Her seal ring of the flying Mercury had its legend. She chose the sistrum for her emblem, and had it carefully drawn with a view to its being engraved on a gem. And I know not how many verses and legends came recommended to her by this symbolism. Her dreams, of course, partook of this symmetry. The same dream returns to her periodically, annually, and punctual to its night. One dream she marks in her journal as repeated for the 4th time. In C, I at last distinctly recognized the figure of the early vision, whom I found after I had left A, who led me on the bridge towards the city, glittering in sunset. But midway the bridge went under water. I have often seen in her face that it was she, but refused to believe it. She valued, of course, the significance of flowers, and chose emblems for her friends from her garden. To with heart's ease. Content, in purple lustre clad, kingly, serene, and golden glad, no demi-hues of sad contrition, no pallors of enforced submission, give me such content as this, and keep a while the rosy bliss. Demonology. This catching at straws of coincidence, where all is geometrical, seems the necessity of certain natures. It is true that in every good work the particulars are right, and that every spot of light on the ground, under the trees, is a perfect image of the sun. Yet for astronomical purposes an observatory is better than an orchard, and in a universe which is nothing but generations, or an unbroken suite of cause and effect, to infer providence because a man happens to find a shilling on the pavement just when he wants one to spend, is puerile, and much as if each of us should date his letters and notes of hand from his own birthday, instead of from Christ's, or the King's reign, or the current Congress. These, to be sure, are also, at first, petty and private beginnings, but by the world of men, clothed with a social and comical character. It will be seen, however, that this propensity Margaret held with certain tenets of fate which always swayed her, and which Goethe, who had found room and fine names for all this in his system, had encouraged, and I may add, which her own experiences, early and late, seemed strangely to justify. Some extracts from her letters to different persons will show how this matter lay in her mind. To Ralph Waldo Emerson, December 12, 1843. When Goethe received a letter from Zelter with a handsome superscription, he said, "Lay that aside. It is Zelter's true handwriting." Every man has a demon who is busy to confuse and limit his life. No way is the action of this power more clearly shown than in the handwriting. On this occasion the evil influences have been evaded. The mood, the hand, the pen and paper have conspired to let our friend write truly himself. You may perceive I quote from memory, as the sentences are anything but Goethean, but I think often of this little passage. With me for weeks and months the demon works his will. Nothing succeeds with me. I fall ill or am otherwise interrupted. At these times, whether of frost or sultry weather, I would gladly neither plant nor reap, wait for the better times, which sometimes come, when I forget that sickness is ever possible, when all interruptions are upborne like straws on the full stream of my life, and the words that accompany it are as much in harmony as sedges murmuring near the bank. Not all, yet not unlike. But it often happens that something presents itself and must be done in the bad time. Nothing presents itself in the good. So I, like the others, seem worse and poorer than I am. In another letter to an earlier friend, she expiates a little. As to the demoniacal, I know not that I can say to you anything more precise than you find from Goethe. There are no precise terms for such thoughts. The word instinctive indicates their existence. I intimated it in the little piece on the Drachenfels. It may be best understood, perhaps, by a symbol. As the sun shines from the serene heavens, dispelling noxious exhalations, and calling forth exquisite thoughts on the surface of earth in the shape of shrub or flower, so gnome-like works the fire within the hidden caverns and secret veins of earth, fashioning existences which have a longer share in time, perhaps, because they are not immortal in thought. Love, beauty, wisdom, goodness are intelligent, but this power moves only to seize its prey. It is not necessarily either malignant or the reverse, but it has no scope beyond demonstrating its existence. When conscious self-asserting, it becomes, as power working for its own sake, unwilling to acknowledge love for its superior must, the devil. That is the legend of Lucifer, the star that would not own its centre. Yet while it is unconscious, it is not devilish, only demonic. In nature we trace it in all volcanic workings, in a boding position of lights, in whispers of the wind, which has no pedigree, in deceitful invitations of the water, in the sullen rock, which never shall find a voice, and in the shapes of all those beings who go about seeking what they may devour. We speak of a mystery, a dread, we shudder, but we approach still nearer, and a part of our nature listens, sometimes answers to this influence, which, if not indestructible, is at least indissolubly linked with the existence of matter. In genius and in character it works, as you say, instinctively. It refuses to be analyzed by the understanding, and is most of all inaccessible to the person who possesses it. We can only say, I have it, he has it. You have seen it often in the eyes of those Italian faces you like. It is most obvious in the eye. As we look on such eyes, we think on the tiger, the serpent, beings who lurk, glide, fascinate, mysteriously control. For it is occult by its nature, and if it could meet you on the highway and be familiarly known as an acquaintance, could not exist. The angels of light do not love, yet they do not insist on exterminating it. It has given rise to the fables of wizard, enchantress, and the like. These beings are scarcely good, yet not necessarily bad. Power tempts them. They draw their skills from the dead, because their being is coeval with that of matter, and matter is the mother of death. In later days she allowed herself sometimes to dwell sadly on the resistances, which she called her fate, and remarked that all life that has been or could be natural to me is invariably denied. She wrote long afterwards, "My days at Milan were not unmarked. I have known some happy hours, but they all led to sorrow, and not only the cups of wine, but of milk seemed drugged with poison for me. It does not seem to be my fault, this destiny. I do not court these things. They come. I am a poor magnet, with power to be wounded by the bodies I attract." Temperament. I said that Margaret had a broad good sense, which brought her near to all people. I am to say that she had also a strong temperament, which is that counter force which makes individuality, by driving all the powers in the direction of the ruling thought or feeling, and when it is allowed full sway, isolating them. These two tendencies were always invading each other, and now one and now the other carried the day. This alternation perplexes the biographer as it did the observer. We contradict on the second page what we affirm on the first, and I remember how often I was compelled to correct my impressions of her character when living, for after I had settled it once for all that she wanted this or that perception, at our next interview she would say with emphasis the very word. I think in her case there was something abnormal in those obscure habits and necessities which we denote by the word temperament. In the first days of our acquaintance I felt her to be a foreigner, that with her one would always be sensible of some barrier, as if in making up a friendship with a cultivated Spaniard or Turk. She had a strong constitution, and of course its reactions were strong, and this is the reason why in all her life she has so much to say of her fate. She was in jubilant spirits in the morning, and ended the day with nervous headache, whose spasms, my wife told me, produced total prostration. She had great energy of speech and action, and seemed formed for high emergencies. Her life concentrated itself on certain happy days, happy hours, happy moments. The rest was a void. She had read that a man of letters must lose many days to work well in one. Much more must a Sappho or a Sibyl. The capacity of pleasure was balanced by the capacity of pain. "If I had whist," she writes, "I am a worse self-tormentor than Rousseau, and all my riches are fuel to the fire. My beautiful lore, like the tropic clime, hatches scorpions to sting me." There is a verse which Annie of Lochroyan sings about her ring that torments my memory. 'Tis so true of myself. When I found she lived at a rate so much faster than mine, and which was violent compared with mine. I foreboded rash and painful crises, and had a feeling as if a voice cried, "Stand from under," as if a little further on this destiny was threatened with jars and reverses, which no friendship could avert or console. This feeling partly wore off on better acquaintance, but remained latent, and I had always an impression that her energy was too much a force of blood, and therefore never felt the security for her peace which belongs to more purely intellectual natures. She seemed more vulnerable. For the same reason she remained inscrutable to me. Her strength was not my strength. Her powers were a surprise. She passed into new states of great advance, but I understood these no better. It were long to tell her peculiarities. Her childhood was full of presentiments. She was then a somnambulist. She was subject to attacks of delirium, and later perceived that she had spectral illusions. When she was 12, she had a determination of blood to the head. My parents, she said, were much mortified to see the fineness of my complexion destroyed. My own vanity was for a time severely wounded, but I recovered and made up my mind to be bright and ugly. She was all her lifetime the victim of disease and pain. She read and wrote in bed, and believed that she could understand anything better when she was ill. Pain acted like a girdle to give tension to her powers. A lady who was with her one day during a terrible attack of nervous headache, which made Margaret totally helpless, assured me that Margaret was yet in the finest vein of humour, and kept those who were assisting her in a strange, painful excitement between laughing and crying by perpetual brilliant sallies. There were other peculiarities of habit and power. When she turned her head on one side, she alleged she had second sight, like St. Francis. These traits or predispositions made her a willing listener to all the uncertain science of mesmerism and its goblin brood, which had been rife in recent years. She had a feeling that she ought to have been a man, and said of herself, "A man's ambition with a woman's heart is an evil lot." In some verses which she wrote, to the moon, occur these lines: "But if I steadfast gaze upon thy face, a human secret like my own I trace, for through the woman's smile looks the male eye." And she found something of true portraiture in a disagreeable novel of Balzac's, Le Livre Mystique, in which an equivocal figure exerts alternately a masculine and a feminine influence on the characters of the plot. End of Reminiscences of Margaret Fuller by Ralph Waldo Emerson. Read for LibriVox by Sue Anderson.
The Sea and Conrad by William McFee. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Matt Perard. The Sea and Conrad by William McFee. It was Francis Grierson, some 10 years ago, in a brief article in the New Age, who first called attention to the very remarkable qualities of a book called The Nigger of the Narcissus, just then published by Heinemann at a shilling. It was a slim, scarlet, easily held book, designed to read in bed, pack in a grip, lend to a friend, or slip in the pocket against a rail journey in the middle of the day, when the morning paper had been read and the evening journals were not yet on the stands. It may have been by design that this article came out just at that moment, for Heinemann was an admirable tactician. Bad literature was abhorrent to him, as may be seen by the books bearing his imprimatur. But he doubtless saw no reason why a man who published fine books should not let it get about, or should refrain from mentioning it in a friendly way. It may be remarked that a number of English publishers at that time were in the habit of issuing books in a manner that can only be described as virtuously surreptitious. They did good by stealth. It would not do to say that any house ever published a book without informing its shipping department, but it amounted to that in the long run. Mr. Heinemann was not that sort of publisher. Francis Grierson's article appeared in the New Age, the slim red book appeared in the bookstores, and a new light shone before the present writer. For the first time in his life he became aware of the existence of a writer named Conrad. It was an extraordinary experience. It was also a very chastening one, for the present writer had not only written but published a book of his own, dealing with the sea and with seamen. He had grown up in a genuine tradition of the mercantile marine. Sea captains had been so close to him all his life that he accepted them as part of the surrounding landscape. A long period of literary and artistic gestation in Chelsea had somewhat alienated him from the rich humanity of his seafaring relatives, and here, in the Nigger of the Narcissus, he found them again transfigured to heroic dimensions, like the sombre and enormous shadows of grown-ups on the nursery wall. It was in Glasgow on an evening in late summer that the present writer walked along Sochihall Street, and turning down Radnor and Finnieston Streets, entered the Queen's Dock, where his ship lay. The Nigger of the Narcissus was under his arm. The rays of the setting sun still threw a twilight and roseate glamour over the interminable ridge of the hills of old Kilpatrick, and with the story of the Nigger yet vibrating in his brain, he made his way up the gangway and descended the short ladder to the iron deck of the elderly freighter. It is not too much to say that he regarded her shapely old hull and comfortable quarters with profound affection. Built some 15 years before for the 9-knot Australian trade, she was now relegated to the shorter voyages to the Mediterranean. We had been a long time together, commander, mates, engineers, including the donkeyman, the carpenter, and the engine storekeeper. The last three were much more like the characters in a dream play than quick, active seamen. The donkeyman was a Turk, and lived in a sort of solitary and immaculate retirement in a three-cornered cabin in the forecastle. The carpenter was a Norwegian, and haunted the steering house aft, where he shut himself up and fashioned models of fabulous sailing ships. The storekeeper, who owned to the entirely inadequate name of Frank Freshwater, was a willing and diminutive Englishman with a large nose and an immense military moustache. He was known to speak both donkeyman and ships, and in fact may have been created for the sole purpose of communicating between them. But even that degree of loquacity dried up on nearing Glasgow. He was the sad proprietor of a ferocious virago, who would appear on the quay with miraculous promptitude the moment the gangway slid over, and wait relentlessly for him to appear. He never did appear, it is necessary to add. The whole ship's company became enthusiastic sporting accessories to the fact of poor old Freshwater's unobtrusive escape, while some hardened married man goaded the virago to paroxysms of absurd rage, until the dock policeman walked stolidly in our direction, preening his moustache. And the principal bond between all of us there on that ship was a very honest liking for the chief. The Turk once said to the present writer, who was second engineer at the time, "The chief, he is my father," and was so prostrated with that display of dramatic and emotional volubility that he did not speak again for a fortnight, unless he talked to himself. To Frank Freshwater The chief presented another and equally admirable facet. One of the truest men who ever stood in shoe leather. Frank's estimate is quoted because it was a very accurate description. The chief was just that, and as the present writer came aboard with the nigger of the Narcissus under his arm, he beheld the burly form of the chief standing by the door of the port alleyway, stripped to the waist, his large, pale, hairy arms folded, his bosom screened from view by his patriarchal beard, smoking a cigarette in the end of a long black holder. "Well," said he, taking the holder from his lips and looking down at the great curve of his abdomen, "did you have a good time?" Simple words, expressing a simple, kindly consideration. Yet by virtue of the magical tale just read, the present writer saw those words in a new and enchanting light. He saw perhaps for the first time in his literary life the true function of dialogue as a resonant and plangent element through which the forms and characters of men can be projected upon the retina of the reader. He became aware of a more subtle music in the very shape and timbre of the long familiar phrases, and behind the amiable, superior, and valuable shipmate. He suddenly saw that quiet, attentive, bearded man as a character in a book, the unconscious victim of a future work of art. This is a great stride in life, to get behind the switchboard, as one may say, and see even for a brief illuminating moment the various resistances and insulations, the connection to earth, without which one's impact upon humanity is a floating, foolish pose. The author who does this for you is forever memorable, quite apart from his intrinsic value to the public. I said, yes, I had a good time, and I added with a curious feeling of diffident exultation, "I have a book here I would like you to read. It seems to me rather good." He took it, and at once made that faint and somewhat vague gesture which invariably accompanied a gentle murmur of apology about his glasses. Turning to the low door leading to his room, we passed in. There was no dynamo on that ship, and a study lamp with a brown shade stood on a little desk by the settee. Adjusting a pair of spectacles on his nose, the chief opened the book and began to read the title page. He stood there, a remarkable nude figure with his shining bald head and venerable beard, holding the volume at arm's length and looking down through his glasses with severe attention. The first page and the second were read and turned, and he never moved. So I left him and went round to my cabin on the starboard side. The ship was moving under the coal tips early next morning, and it was due to this that some time after midnight I was still about, and noticed the light still burning in his room. I went in. He was standing there, turning the last immortal pages. He had put on an old patrol coat, and had buttoned it absently over his beard. I have often thought that Conrad must have met him somewhere, he is so exactly presented in Heart of Darkness, as the amiable engineer of the river boat who put his beard in a bag to keep it clean. The discerning will recall that person's bald head, whose hair, Conrad whimsically observes, had fallen to his chin, where it had prospered. He lowered his head and looked at me over his glasses as I made some professional remark, and laid the book down. "A funny thing," he observed in his quite precise voice. "This nigger says a girl chucked the third engineer of a Rennie boat for him." He stroked his beard with a broad, powerful palm. "You know, I was third of a Rennie boat in my young days." He meditated for a moment, and added, "That book makes you feel, somehow." A notable reflection. And as time went on, it became a habit of the present writer to experiment on his shipmates by noting their reactions to the works of Conrad. The point to remember is that, neglecting certain easily explained failures, men reacted in direct ratio to their integrity of character. The cunning, the avaricious, and the ignoble are not admirers of Conrad. There is something in the style and the spirit which reaches surely and inexorably down into a man's moral resources and sounds them for him. To those who, in the jargon of the red-blooded fraternity, want a story, It is to be feared our author does not appeal. This was exemplified by Typhoon, which was tried upon a naval reserve officer, a brisk, efficient, resourceful young man, with an acute examination brain. His criticism was brief and emphatic. "You could write the whole story on a couple of sheets of foolscap," he grumbled. "There's nothing to it. Too far-fetched as well." He shut the book with a sudden closing of fingers and thumb and passed it back, promptly forgetting the whole affair. He is neither cunning, avaricious, nor ignoble, but he is afflicted with the modern conception of efficiency. For him romance lies in the past of highwaymen, knights in shining armour, and Machiavellian cardinals of inconceivable obliquity. To a writer who has indulged his humour by watching seafaring folk in their reactions as mentioned above, these collected prefaces which Conrad has written for the sundial edition of his works, under the title of Notes on My Books, have a very special interest. They tell with a direct and disarming candour the authentic origin of the tales. The troublesome enthusiast who is forever seeking the fiction which is founded on fact will get small comfort here, for here are the facts. It is the penalty of success in the fictional art to illumine the obscure experiences of worthy members of the public, and convince them that such and such an affair actually happened. These folks are very timid at trying their wings. They dread leaving the solid earth behind. It is a positive comfort to them to feel that the things which have touched their hearts are only the bright shadows of the hard actualities under their feet. The chief engineer to whom I presented Lord Jim, not the beloved and bearded personality described above, was an interesting variant of this. A hard-bitten, portly individual, an excellent officer, and well-read withal, he deprecated in its entirety the Conradian philosophy and literary method. Yes, he knew the story out east, as did everybody else. A ship called the Jeddah, it was, which ran over a sunken derelict and broke her back. The officers left her. Who wouldn't? A million chances to one against her, lasting 10 minutes. Conrad had idealized the mate Jim, that was all. That was the word he used. Idealized. He was a blunt Englishman, with his emotions planted almost inaccessibly deep down among his racial prejudices. He objected, really, to anybody's discussing the fundamental motives of man. It was not the thing to do. Possibly the slight imponderable irony which almost always creeps into Conrad's descriptions of sea-going engineers was responsible for my friend's irritation. Leaving out the worthy Solomon Rout and Typhoon, Conrad seems to have been something less than fortunate in his engineer types. At the other end of the scale, the present writer preserves a most lively memory of his introduction to youth by the third mate of a beef ship running into London River. An alert and cheerful college boy who had been through the hard grueling of an apprenticeship in sail, he was at that stage of the 20s when one is equally interesting to the women of 30, the men of 40, and the mothers of 50. And it was he who, as we were passing the watch below in friendly comparison of books read, suddenly lighted up all over his fresh ruddy features and said in a glow of delicious enthusiasm, "I say, haven't you read Youth? My word, but you must read Youth. It's ripping. The finest tale I ever read in my life." And he stuck to it in spite of anything the others might say. He had been caught by the extraordinary glamour of the thing, the superb simplicity of the narrative, the cumulative power of the finale. He would never be the same being again after reading that tale. Here we have an achievement for which there is no adequate name save genius. Other books there are of Conrad's which enshrine no memories of a shipmate's admiration or dislike. There is Nostromo, for instance, that little red masterpiece of creative literature. Ordered from London during the war and read while voyaging between Port Said and Saloniki, this tale of a seaboard made the monotonous business of naval transport seem a dim and ridiculous fragment of unreality. The huge size of the canvas, the sweep and surge of the narrative, the sudden revealing phrases, the balanced cadence of the sentences, the single heart notes calling to some obscure emotion of the soul, all these made their appeal and created an imperishable memory. And there is a point it is pertinent to make here, in view of this new volume of Notes on Life and Letters, that is doing Conrad a disservice to characterize him as a sea writer. One does not call Turner a sea painter. The highest genius does not shackle itself with such very trivial restrictions. Some of the finest of Conrad's tales have nothing whatever to do with the sea, notably Heart of Darkness, Under Western Eyes, and An Outcast of the Islands. If it be not misunderstood, the present writer would like to say that going to sea will have had very little influence upon the final verdict of posterity upon Conrad's work. His philosophy is his own and fundamentally antagonistic to the ideas of most seafarers. His technical method is provoking to seamen who have a very different fashion of telling a tale, as different in fact as the average shipmaster is from Charlie Marlowe. There is, as Conrad himself remarks, nothing speculative in a sailor's mentality. The meaning of his story is on the outside. Conrad is entirely speculative. He tells the story almost in absence of mind. He will bring you right up to a moment of almost unendurable dramatic intensity, and then devote half a dozen pages to depicting the psychological phenomena attendant upon it. We who are gathered here consider the labor justified by the unique results. The red-blooded folk whose conception of drama is as rudimentary as the struggle to enter a crowded subway train are naively infuriated when deprived of their precious story. There are classes of novel readers who will not have Conrad at any price. They lack patience, and are not compensated by any perfection of prose diction which may inadvertently come under their notice. For them the donkeyman, the carpenter, and storekeeper mentioned earlier in this essay were simply taciturn nonentities. For us they are a bizarre trinity of lonely souls floating in mysterious proximity through a universe of ironic destinies. For us there are the indistinct shadows of men like Axel Haste, Captain McWhirr, and Falk. The present writer feels a special debt of gratitude for these Notes on Life and Letters, since they include a number of fugitive pieces, occasional contributions to reviews which he missed at the time, owing to being in some distant harbor. There is the very indignant digression, for example, upon the loss of the Titanic, and it is worthy of note that when he deigns to speak of his contemporaries, Conrad is exasperatingly unaware of the existence of the gods in the best-selling universe. He has much to say, on the contrary, of Henry James, of Dostoevsky, and of Anatole France. These articles are exactly what one would expect from the author, urbane and dignified criticism of one artist by another. Conrad has been honored similarly by H. G. Wells, whose review of Almayer's Folly and An Outcast of the Islands is a masterpiece of critical insight. Yet one returns again to the prefaces. One has here the feeling of being shown round the studio by the master. This, he seems to say, is exactly how it was done. He deprecates gently, and one hopes sincerely, the formidable accretion of legendary romanticism which has collected about his career. We are to believe that these people in his books never actually existed. They are the magnificent fabrications of the author's brain. A hint here, a whispered conversation there, a newspaper yarn over yonder, and lo! 15 years later, William or Falk or Razumov or Nostromo emerges from obscurity and assumes an enigmatic attitude of having existed since the dawn of time. This will be very disappointing to those prosaic enthusiasts who like to hear that all great characters in fiction have their originals in history, and the present writer must confess he had weakly imagined that the secret agent was the happy result of a long past familiarity with the strange folk who hang around legations and live in disreputable lodgings off Greek Street or the Vauxhall Bridge Road. And yet, of what avail are these prying speculations? There seems still to survive in us much of that ghoulish predilection of the Middle Ages for relics. We will go to a museum to look with veneration upon the authentic trinkets of the illustrious dead. So in these notes on my books, one must resist the temptation to linger over the personal revelations with vulgar curiosity. They are for our information and comfort, but they hold no anodyne for pain or elixir of youth, whereby we may regain our lost illusions. They must in no case divert our attention from one preface in particular, a preface set apart by virtue of its history and intention. It would be much more just to call it the confession of faith of a supreme master of prose. The present writer is unable to speak of it without emotion. It enshrines in resonant and perfect phrases the secret convictions of his heart. It is the crowning gift of a great artist, and when one pauses to condense in a few words an adequate comprehension of that artist's work, one turns instinctively to this long suppressed preface to The Nigger of the Narcissus. As one reads, one recalls, the literary art, he says, must strenuously aspire to the plasticity of sculpture, to the color of painting, and to the magic suggestiveness of music, which is the art of arts. And it is only through complete, unswerving devotion to the perfect blending of form and substance, it is only through an unremitting, never discouraged care for the shape and ring of sentence that an approach can be made for plasticity to color, and that the light of magic suggestiveness may be brought to play for an evanescent instant over the commonplace surface of words, of the old, old words, worn thin, defaced by ages of careless usage. And again, of the writer. He speaks to our capacity for delight and wonder, to the sense of mystery surrounding our lives, to our sense of pity and beauty and pain, to the latent feeling of fellowship with all creation, and to the subtle but invincible conviction of solidarity that knits together the loneliness of innumerable hearts, to the solidarity in dreams, in joy, in sorrow, in aspiration, in illusions, in hope, in fear, which binds men to each other, which binds together all humanity, the dead to the living and the living to the unborn. So he sums it up. Beyond this, in placing the bounds of the author's art, it is impossible to go. One is permitted only to add, for the purpose of supplying a fitting conclusion, the final paragraph. The humble and industrious among us may smile incredulously, yet toil on with a better heart when they read that our aim should be to arrest, for the space of a breath, the hands busy about the work of the earth, and compel men entranced by the sight of distant goals to glance for a moment at the surrounding vision of form and color, of sunshine and shadows, to make them pause for a look, for a sigh, for a smile. Such is the aim, difficult and evanescent, and reserved only for a very few to achieve. But sometimes, by the deserving and the fortunate, even that task is accomplished. And when it is accomplished, behold, all the truth of life is there, a moment of vision, a sigh, a smile, and the return to an eternal rest. End of The Sea and Conrad by William McFee.
That where the invisible is seen, the uncreated is created. From the Vision of God, by Nicholas of Cusa, 1401 to 1464. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Crown of my joy and happiness, thou hast appeared unto me sometimes as invisible from every creature, because thou art a God, secret and hidden, and infinite is incomprehensible by any manner of comprehension. Then thou appearest to me as visible to all things, for everything is so far forth as thou seest it, and that could not be in act, except it did see thee, for vision gives being, because it is thy essence. So thou, my God, art visible, and invisible thou art, invisible as thou art, and thou art visible as the creature is, which so far forth is as it sees thee, by everything that sees, in everything that may be seen, and in every act of seeing art thou seen, which art invisible and absolute, and free from all such things, and infinitely superexalted. Therefore, O Lord, I must leap over the wall of invisible vision, where thou art found, and the wall is all things, and nothing both together, and thou which meetest or appearest to us as though thou wert all things, and nothing at all both together, dwelleth within that high wall, which no wit can by its own power ever be able to climb. Sometimes thou appearest unto me, so that I imagine thou seest all things in thyself, like a living glass, in which all things shine. And because thy seeing is thy knowing, then it comes into my mind that thou dost not see also things in thyself as in a living glass, for then thy knowledge shouldest arise from the things. Sometimes thou presentest thyself to me, that thou seest all things in thyself as power or virtue, by looking upon itself, as the power or possibility of the seed of a tree, if it should look into and behold itself, would in itself see the tree in power, because the virtue of the seed is potentially the tree. And then again, methinkest that thou dost not see thyself, and all things in thyself, as power or possibility. For to see a tree in the power of the virtue differs from that vision by which the tree is seen in act. And then I find how thy infinite virtue or power is beyond all specular and seminal virtue, and beyond the coincidence, radiation, or reflection of the cause, and also the thing caused, and that absolute virtue is absolute vision, which is perfection itself, above all manner of seeing. For all the manners which explain the perfection of seeing are without any manners, thy vision, which is thy essence, O my God. But suffer, most merciful Lord, that I, thy wild creature, may yet speak unto thee. If thy seeing be thy creating, and thou seest nothing but thyself, but thyself art the object of thyself, for thou art both the thing seeing and the things seen, and the act of seeing, how then dost thou create other things from thee? For thou seest to create thyself, as thou seest thyself. But thou comfortest me, O life of my spirit. For although I meet with the wall of absurdity, which is of the coincidence of creating and being created, as though it were impossible that creating and being created should coincide, for to admit this seemest to be as if thou should affirm that a thing is before it is. For when it creates it is, and because it is created it is not, yet it hinders not. For thy creating is thy being, neither is it any other thing at once to create and to be created, than to communicate thy being unto all things, that thou mayest be all things in all things, and yet remain absolute from all things. For to call to being things that are not is to communicate being to nothing. So to call is to create, to communicate is to be created. And beyond this coincidence of creating and being created, art thou God absolute and innate, neither creating nor in possibility of being created, although they are all that they are, because thou art. O thou heights of riches, how incomprehensible thou art! As long as I conceive a Creator creating, I am yet on this side the wall of Paradise. So as long as I conceive a Creator in possibility of being created, I have not entered, but am in the wall. But when I see thee as absolute infinite, whereunto neither the name of a Creator creating, nor of a Creator in possibility of being created can agree, then I begin to see thee revealedly, and to enter into the garden of delights, because thou art no such thing as can be said or conceived, but infinitely and absolutely superexalted above all such things. Thou art not therefore only a creator, but infinitely more than a creator, though without thee nothing is done, or can be done. To thee be praise and glory for ever and ever. Amen. End of That where the invisible is seen, the uncreated is created. From the Vision of God, by Nicholas of Cusa, 1401 to 1464.
Unprofessional Forestry by Austin Carey. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. It ought to be a source of satisfaction to foresters when they find the work they have at heart going on outside the range of their knowledge and immediate assistance. When simple business interest dictates careful and conservative management on the part of forest owners, and this fact is clearly recognized, then, indeed, the cause is won. Just when the measures that embody it shall be, and just who are the best men to carry it into effect are matters that may be safely left for settlement by trial and time. The Canadian Maritime Provinces afford many examples of such unprofessional forestry. In that region are numerous forest properties that have been cut over for many years and yet retain their growing power and value. A moist climate and a law-abiding population have secured considerable exemption from fire. Logging methods conservative of the forest have been employed. The temper of the owners has not been such as to force timber ruthlessly on the market. As a general thing, only trees of good size have been cut, an amount of lumber frequently within the power of the lands to produce. That this policy has been a good one for all concerned would seem indisputable. The people and operators have done well, and the lands, in spite of 50 years of cutting, are more valuable at the present time than ever before. Some of these properties are handled today as nearly according to the principles of true forestry as is practicable. An illustration of such methods was encountered by the senior class in forestry at Harvard University on its trip among the lumber camps last winter. The Hollingsworth and Whitney Company of Boston, whose mills are at Waterville, Maine, is one of the largest paper manufacturing establishments of New England. This company, some 10 years ago, began a policy of land purchase, which it has consistently carried on until, at the present time, it owns 100,000 acres of spruce land on the Kennebec River. This land they have operated carefully, intending to make it a permanent source of raw material for their mills. They tried logging by contract at first, but finding that the work was not done to suit them, bought teams and developed an organization of their own. This organisation is fairly started now, and while methods of work are not yet perfected as they will be, enough has been done to demonstrate the intention of the company, and to furnish considerable insight into the best methods of controlling such work. The principle of conservative cutting was adopted at the start, and is exemplified by the high size limit adopted as a general rule for cutting, namely 12 inches in diameter, breast height. Next, the company early determined to mark the timber for cutting. This presents no obstacles in the way of cost. 2 or 3 cents per metre will cover that. But it does take determination on the part of the company, and it does mean thoroughgoing superintendence on the part of its responsible representatives to make logging bosses and choppers adhere to it. That it can be done, however, the experience of this company proves, and, as is so often the case with reforms of this kind, carried out in the face of strong opposition, former objectors, since they have got used to the new method, rather like it than otherwise. The company's lands, to be sure, were of such character as to lend themselves to conservative cutting. It may, therefore, be safely said that, as far as the work has gone, a favourable result has been reached. Economy in the utilisation of the timber cut was, of course, the first thing looked after in the work of such a practical, business-like men. Saws are used instead of the axe in cutting down and cutting off. All dead and down stuff in the territory cut over that remains sound is picked up as a matter of course. Logs are run up into the tops of trees as far as the wood can be used in the mill. Stumps are cut low enough to put to shame the standard of some much lauded examples of forestry elsewhere. A little trick used to secure economy in the latter direction is well worth noting. The trees to be cut are marked not on the trunk but at the base, at a height just above that at which the stump should be cut. The choppers then are required to take the spot off with the log, a very simple and conclusive evidence of good work. It would be strange if in the course of only 3 or 4 years a large organisation doing work of this nature should have come to a state of efficiency which could be desired, or which with time and effort will be attained. Habitually, in Kennerby, logging 2 horses and a sled 4 feet wide for yarding purposes are employed, a type of rig which necessitates a wide road and a good deal of destruction of small trees. Much of the country and timber of H&W Co. appears to be adapted to the Adirondack method of yarding with a single horse, trailing or snaking 1 or 2 logs directly on the ground. The company is aware of the saving of growth by the latter method, and as soon as it can be done under favourable conditions will give it a thorough trial. The final decision between the two will depend on ratio of saving to expense. Another point in which the work of the company may be criticised with a show of reason is that its method of cutting is too rigidly uniform. It does not allow sufficient variation to meet the needs of the case. The territory is in general well adapted to conservative cutting, but there are directions in which the present system does not meet the full requirements of the case. A good deal of fir below size limit standing on the ground will surely go to waste if it is left for the next cutting. Then there are places where the land had better be cut clean, and other places where scattering of trees merchantable size had better be left to stand, either on account of expense or for the sake of young growth around them. The present practice of the company is perhaps best for the present, all things considered, but there can be no doubt that in the near future it should be changed. Possibly such change will require the better class of men shall do the marking than those now employed, though the points involved are neither many nor different. Lastly, there is the matter of destroying small growth in felling trees, in swamping roads, and similar operations. Change in the yarding method would do much to relieve that, but outside of this measure, reform is difficult matter, involving training of the woodsman and, if possible, more permanency in the woods force. How much can be done in this direction is uncertain. The statements above cover the main points involved in the system of conservative cutting, but there is one other achievement of the H&W Company which is well worthy of note. Like every other man and corporation doing business on the main rivers, though not all like them have been aware of the fact, they have been sufferers from the peculiarities of construction and from the tricks in manipulation of the common board rule. With the business in their own hands from the stump to the mill, they did not have to remain subservient to the custom of the region in which they operated. They have in fact gone back to first principles and devised a rule of their own which gives the actual contents of the logs in cubic feet from measured length and middle diameter. A measure like that, discounted for bark, as careful studies have shown them should be done, gives exactly the information about its logs the company requires when they are to be used in pulp and paper manufacture. A few general reflections, which seem to be worthy of note, are suggested in this connection. The first is that work of just the nature here outlined is under the circumstances of the case real forestry. That admitted, it is instructed for one thing to note what kind of men have been instrumental in bringing success about. William Lanigan, the head of the land business of the company, is an old Kennebec lumberman and log driver, one of those forcible and clear-headed men, without much schooling, so common in all lines of American business. For a woodman, he has more than ordinary thoughtfulness and hospitality to new ideas. His time is spent mainly outside the woods directing logging operations only in a large way, keeping in touch with the business both inside and outside his own concern. He is the man who devised the system of mountain watch stations, connected by telephone with the wardens below, which proved so efficient in preventing forest fires on the upper Kennebec last year. Under him come the walking bosses, so called, men who have general charge of a section of the company's wood operations. Lewis Oakes, who has charge of the 8 or 10 camps east of Moosehead Lake, is a land surveyor by training, who has been familiar with timber and logging since boyhood, and, while he may never have chopped or run a camp himself, he knows perfectly well how it ought to be done. He looks out the location of the camps and main roads in summer, and, after logging begins, he sees to it that the camps are stocked with tools, supplies and men, giving advice, settling disputes, and in general keeping things in a smooth running order. Camp foremen are an important item in this organization. These men are of the usual type and training, though a sifting process is constantly going on for the best and most efficient. The workmen, too, are like those found in other corners of the region, many of them French Canadians. Nothing perhaps to secure the best work either need or can be done with them except to organize and watch their work and use them liberally in the matters of food, quarters and pay. The marking is done by bright young woodsmen who are paid about the wages of a cook or foreman. One man in the course of 3 months in the fall will mark all the timber that 2 or 3 camps will cut all winter. Here, if anywhere, in the matters of marking and inspection of logging work, is the weak place in the company's system. The work of the Hollingworth and Whitney Co. is believed by the writer to come very close to securing true forestry, as near certainly as any logging work carried on in the spruce woods of New England, and yet it is seen that in the company's organization there is no man of technical forestry training, no man who even calls himself a forester. That suggests to the mind of the writer that perhaps we who assume the professional name may, in our enthusiasm and eagerness, have valued our own usefulness and efficiency too highly. While we have been theorizing about forest management and drawing up plans which may or may not have some effect on the lands to which they are applied, other men in their own territory have been going ahead without advertisement or parade, actually securing the real thing. The idea is worth pondering, and the question that follows it, whether it is not they rather than we who are the real foresters of this country. The writer believes that there is much truth in this suggestion, yet further reflection will show that neither forestry educators nor technically trained men need depreciate their services in the past, nor feel discouragement over future prospects. It is true, in the first place, that any attempt at conservative lumbering, such as for instance as that described, is not altogether self-developed or self-maintained. In a measure, the way in which they have gone to work, and in still greater degree the fundamental attitude of the Hollingsworth and Whitney Co. towards the timberland tributary to their mills, are very largely the fruit of literature with which the country for the last 20 years has been thickly sown. Business permanence as dependence on the woods, the forest as a field, not a mine, the time element in the production of timber crops, the essential value of reproduction, the achievements of forestry in Europe, these ideas, propagated through forestry literature, are behind every attempt at better forest management today, and nothing has been or is more necessary than their propagation. In regard to future management and the school-trained man, there is just one thing to be said, but that is full of meaning and cuts in a multitude of ways. It is that when technically trained men can do the work required better than those who are now conducting it, they will get it to do. End of Unprofessional Forestry by Austen Carey. Read by Melanie T.